All right. Hello, everybody. It's late night, but it is Friday, so this is par for the course. I think I probably made a mistake by starting the stream while the game is loading, because if memory serves, and this might be because I've really packed this drive full, or it might be that I'm installing something as well. Anyways, first time loading certain games usually winds up being a little bit of a slog. Part of that is because I do have an SSD on this computer, but generally I have a lot of games on it. And especially on Fridays when I want to play, kind of whatever catches my fancy, it doesn't make a lot of sense to keep all that sort of stuff on an SSD. Usually ones that have, lots of loading I put on that. But we're here. We've got the assembly staring at us, but we will not be playing them. We are going to be continuing on for the first campaign. Actually, I'm going to take a quick minute here. So, that's a shame. I really like the... Oh, wrong one. We'll skip that just because we've seen it before. So we already did the tutorial. We are currently playing Leave 6. Now, I really messed this one up. This is supposed to be a pretty straightforward mission with a... essentially you should be able to sort of what it looks like anyways. You should just be able to do the missions that come up in diplomacy. But I really went down the rabbit hole of playing all the different sort of options and things available to me, and I don't know. Needless to say, I've really made a meal out of Leave 6. But that's fine, because the thing is, I really enjoy this game up to this point. I realize I've only seen a small amount of what's available, but I'm not going to complain about having an extended time with an enjoyable experience. So, I think it is worth saying for some folks, it would be nice if I showed a little bit more of the game going on. So I'm going to make an effort to do that, but not at the expense of rushing through the scenarios. I'm not 100% sure. I think I'd like to do at least one or two other species before I just go into a new scenario. These campaigns seem pretty well thought out. But in this case, let's continue the story of Jack Gelder. One of the things that is sort of interesting me about this game is the it feels like in the what's the right way for me to put this? In the trailers, the Vanguard really seem, and Jack Gelder in particular, really seems like, this cigar-chomping mercenary leader who's ready to, bring back the Lost Empire. Which is interesting. I'm absolutely not going to complain about that at all. But it's very different from this, where the Vanguard seem, I don't know, kind of nice. Their whole sort of story is definitely that they're the sort of people who it wouldn't be a particularly bad thing for them to sort of go away and not have any contact with with loved ones for 200 years. And essentially this is a little bit, if you think in history about the type of people who'd wind up in an army, this is not a new idea. But yeah, in this particular case here, I've run into the other guy that we ran into, I can't remember his name, but the guy with the mustache and the shades seems like a much more unsympathetic character than Gelder. And yet when you take a look at the custom commanders, he's Gelder does not have the void tech. He has the Promethean technology, which is all about destroying the planet. So But with all of that in mind, I think I am going to start showing off a few more of the devastating weapons as time goes by. Here we are going to go a more diplomatic route just because I think it's served us reasonably well so far. I'm going to clear out what I can in the mission log, and I'm going to, for the next mission, I'm going to try and I'm going to cleave a little bit closer to what it's telling me to do there. So right now we want to kill these renegades. We'll move as close as we can to them with my 2 units. And this time around, I'm not going to attack them from both sides. What I'm going to do is I'm sort of going to move in and I'll sort of take them from the same front. Looks like I can access this. Sector's already been claimed. Capturing it causes other commanders to gain a casus belli against you, making it easier for them to declare war. Independent factions may demand compensation for ignoring their claims. This would be nice to have, but not... Oh, no. It's not a requirement for me. Okay. I'm just mostly trying to expand out because... So it looks like Svonbur is going to be the place that I can get sort of the next extension to. I think I'll leave it for my ability to move forward. MRA 6, it is. Age of Wonders has always been a bit like Civ. There are 2 major changes. Number 1, quite a bit more combat worked out. It would not be unreasonable to sort of say that it's like the 2 really good Firaxis games, XCOM and Civilization. So the battles take place on a hex, and it definitely... So the fantasy game, Age of Wonders 3, and of course the preceding Age of Wonders, have sort of this idea of you're playing sort of the hero that you might see inside of a fantasy novel. They have just this outsized influence on the battlefield, and you can also practice magic, and some of this magic has an effect on the strategic layer, not just the tactical layer. So on its own, it's a really interesting sort of way of modeling that. I rather like the way that they've brought it into science fiction. I mean, obviously, the term speculative fiction exists because for some reason the people who like wearing, pointy Spock ears also really like wearing pointy elf ears and vice versa. But essentially for this one, I think a lot of connections are being made to Civilization Beyond Earth. I think it is a lot more... I think that's easier to make looking at the game rather than actually playing the game. I think if you've played an Age of Wonders game before, you'll be on familiar territory. But I also think that this is sort of its own thing. I actually had some thoughts about that because I was noticing a few people in the reviews saying that, it's not that much different from Age of Wonders 3. And I'm sort of like, I wonder if you would say this like between Age of Wonders 2 and 3, because I haven't actually played Age of Wonders 2. And I have a couple of thoughts in terms of whether or not that's a... I mean, obviously people's opinions about games are totally valid, but I mean, it's their taste, right? But I have a couple of thoughts about whether or not it's all of that fair of a criticism, because I think there's a couple of things that happen when a new version of a game comes out that, players... i.e. consumers don't necessarily recognize, but that's a conversation for another time. Not an expert on Civ, just played a few games. They're both wonderful games. I mean, 4X is absolutely my kind of genre. So, anyways, convince He Jiang to cease fire. Find a way to convince He Jiang to end the infighting between the Vanguard, either through diplomatic or military means. And we get a tank. Find the Promethean military base. Look for the Molten Earth arsenal from which other Vanguard leaders obtain their Promethean weapons. Explore Elysium Parks. Search the Elysium Parks to learn more about the incidents that led to the escalation of the Vanguard conflict.
Operations available for priming.
Yes. I do have a little money available now. So I think I am going to do a native threat locator. How much do I have by way of ops points? I apparently don't have anything. So we'll close that down for now. Confirm movement. Right. We had this lovely lady. This was sort of like my Island of Misfit Toys kind of group. Apparently, I think it makes as much sense for us to actually go to the quest. So, Elysium Parks, landmark unknown sector. This landmark is an advanced food sector and gives the following when annexed: 60 food, 6 pops, I think, 30 happiness, 30. Oh, I think this is per unit. I believe here are the loose androids. What happens in Elysium Park stays in the Elysium Parks. This is guaranteed bar surveillance exemption status. Elysium Parks brochure. So, we can enter this location to fight its inhabitants. Only the army standing on top of the structure can enter. Adjacent armies will not participate in this combat. I think we'll just do the investigation to begin with. Enter the park to search for clues. Stay away, repulsive creeps. Didn't you do enough damage to us the last time? There, sister. Don't cry. It's not the humans' fault. They're slaves to their instincts, just as we are to our programming. Stick to your programming. We like to be used. Calm yourselves, androids. We have nothing in common with the people who damaged you. We just want to talk. Then why are you wearing their uniforms? Also, it is rude to call us androids, human. We have names. Very well, Emma 3. We are wearing Vanguard uniforms. Not every Vanguard is the same. We have rules. Sometimes people violate these rules. From what I can see, you're a victim. By telling me what happened, I will find and punish the ones responsible. MRA says, what I kind of would like to see in these games is a campaign that introduces you to the game little by little, but Civ never had that as far as I know. I actually have never played the scenarios in Civ, but I think MRA, if that is what you're looking for, Age of Wonders 3 and Age of Wonders Planetfall do have a tutorial like that. So we finished the tutorial, the formal tutorial, and now we're currently playing one of the campaign missions. And it's pretty clear that more elements are being unlocked over time. We were singing, dancing. Officers in uniform joined us. Pleasure profile sensors indicated complete job satisfaction. Suddenly, 3 officers drew guns. There were blasts and death and so much pleasure lost, broken, all paradigms ruptured. If you want to know more, talk to Laura too. You should be able to find her in one of the other parks. Okay, so this is going to be one of my explorers, I think? That actually doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Because if memory serves, so this was supposed to be sort of the bike crew. I've got my infantry in place. And I believe it was actually an owl I was looking to build here. Yeah, we've already got the owl being built. Okay, well, what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to use this to sort of pick up all the easy wins here. Oh, right. I think it makes as much sense for me to try and take some new territory. So Von Burr is the one that wants to expand. So the question is, does it make sense for me to take... Actually, this is really interesting. Apparently I'm exploiting it for industry. I could have just as easily exploited it for energy, though. So we've got geothermal instability here. This will give me energy... Huh. I'm thinking a food tile probably makes the most sense for Von Beer right now. because it's still sort of in a growth phase. I think I kind of want to leave Terrabreek mining tech for Kemby, and this is just because if I want food exploitation. Yeah, this is a tough call. The real best candidates for food exploitation for Kemby would be Terrabreak and Tender's Grove. Well, all three of these are basically the same. This would get me a little science, but let's extend out to Jupiter's range. So I'm also kind of curious to see whether or not I can actually claim Jupiter's range with just this solo unit. All right, so if I want, I can enter to take the landmark. I have a feeling that might anger the residents, though. So let's take a minute here. We're going to go to New Sun Peaks to see what we can find. All right. What are we looking at here? Vanguard troopers, plasmoids. We might be able to take them. I think I'm going to wait a little bit on that, though. Is this a sort of high-tech and magic combined? There are different factions who will have sort of different abilities, but I think it is definitely... It's not Shadowrun. To my understanding, it's effectively tech and just different flavors of tech depending on your group. Okay, again, I still haven't really lost my tendency to try and build infrastructure in such a way that I'm trying to improve my existing bases rather than do things like build units and whatnot. But in this particular case, let's say we can lower unit costs. We can build colony structures, spaceship maintenance. Hang on. The Starship Maintenance Bay uses special alloys suitable to the harsh environment of space in the construction of units, making units produced in this colony more durable. Mechanical units produced in this colony have +2 resistance to all damage. This seems like an exceptionally good ability to have, and this is going to allow me to sort of diversify my production a little bit. So this will be mechanical, this will maybe be more infantry based, and I can sort of take down different structures accordingly. If you can guys just give me a quick second here, I've dropped something and I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, it's not worth spending too much time looking for, but I've been a little distracted doing it. I should be able to show you some combat pretty soon, MRA 6. I'm just kind of taking my time.
Incoming communication.
Alright, he's publicly complimented me. Hello, Jack Gelder. I'm glad to hear from you again. I admire your empire and foresee great prosperity from a continued and flourishing friendship between us. So, let's start with a non-aggression pact. We've only just met. I'm not yet ready to change the course of our relationship just yet. Perhaps later. Fair enough.
Incoming communication.
So this is the guy, Michael Valentine seemed to be the guy we had a bit of a rivalry with and seemed to be a bit of a jerk for, but Cena sent a message.
Communication.
Improving your relations with the locals may lead to short-term gains. Sustaining those relations, however, can you trust them? Well, a lot more than them, or than these guys. Okay, can be produced in energy sectors. Upgrade. Again, we're already on our way to energy efficient assembly line. Neat. Okay, so we actually haven't built the specialist training center yet. So, although it turns out, you know what? I think I messed up. Where were we? Military skirmisher barracks. It should be able to tell me what I can build with this. Anyways, I think the owls and whatnot are... I think I can build them as a result of the skirmisher building, and so I technically would want to switch them around. Sungif, how you doing? Random mapper. This is the campaign. This is the same thing we were playing yesterday. I haven't made a ton of progress on it yet, but again, that's just because I'm being a little... I don't know. I'm ramping up. I had a nap before I started, so... Reputation changed to trustworthy, seen by other players as mostly dependable and cooperative. Plus 50 opinion from other reputable players, minus 50 opinion from disreputable players, and plus 10% dwelling shop cost reduction. I haven't been using any of the influence, but I haven't really needed it. So, and the Paragon faction. Paragon NPC faction is made up of the decaying remnants of the ruling class of the Star Union. Cybernetic implants have allowed them to survive the centuries after the collapse. Okay, so we've got combat protocol implants. These implants make the unit quicker on the battlefield, granting a 10% increased accuracy and critical hit chance, as well as... You know what? Let's actually start spending...
This location belongs to an NPC faction who may provide you with quests and make demands of you. Appeasing an NPC faction leads to diplomatic benefits, such as the ability to purchase their units and being able to call the faction to war as allies.
On the right-hand side of the interface, further information on the relation state is shown, as well as the NPC faction shop, where the various trading options with the faction are located. Don't anger too many NPC factions at once, Commander, or your stay on the planet will be short-lived indeed. So I'm actually quite interested in trading here. So let our factions trade. So we've got friendship, it turns out. So to begin with, I want to buy these combat implants. Imperial Mandate, you have the support of the Paragon to restore the Empire. All who oppose you must be crushed. While this is active, you no longer suffer negative popular support penalties for being at war without a casus belli. I don't really need that right now. Although, again, I have extra influence that I can get rid of. Building sort of another infantry unit is definitely interesting. But in this case, it's mostly just I want to get back to generating influence and not worrying about the reserves. So the only other thing that I could think about is I need 70 favor. So if I get 10 per purchase on this, I might as well buy... Yeah, actually, so let me just think about this. If I need 70 to change the state... So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So I'd basically need like 4. Yeah, so I'd be outfitting a unit and then like buying one of each of all of these. So I'll buy the smart rounds, but I'll leave the rest. Only other thing I'm curious about now is if this is the mod that I've been given. Combat protocol implants. I don't have the Cosmite, apparently. It doesn't say what the Cosmite costs, though. That's fine. I don't want to spend it on that right now. So let's finish the turn and we'll move on. Alright, so it looks like that Valentine fellow took Sector 43 for himself. Kind of that thing that I didn't do. Michael has claimed your captured sector. Michael has captured Sector 43B. Because of your claims on the sector, you've been granted a casus belli on Michael, allowing you to declare war on them with popular support. He wants energy in exchange for the Cosmite. I mean, that's not terrible. This almost empties my treasury. I think I'm gonna... I simply do not have the resources available to meet this request. So if we did 50 Cosmite, 5... Huh. I wish it would say how much they have of the resources. I can see some reasons why you wouldn't want to do that, but... Is it just the fact that they don't have the 5 per turn? I have to assume this is... Alright. I don't have enough money, so... I'll admit this is a little inefficient in terms of how... Yeah. This is not worth it. But... Increase diplomatic state. Increasing your diplomatic state with this player means that they will be able to call you into war with it. Yes. Ha, under these conditions, only cowards would accept vassalage. Alright, well, it was worth a shot. Jesus Christ, do you have any money? Yeah, well, I think this will be good to know in the future. So the AI has absolutely no problem behaving aggressively. Message from the Paragon Factor. Thieves, traitors, despicable scum. No, not you, Jack Gelder. We're talking about a petty group of pirates that recently started terrorizing our settlements. They fight without honor, steal our technology, and raid our citizens for their indispensable implants. Should you deal with this threat, our prefect will make sure you're generously rewarded. So we want to destroy a pirate hideout in 10 turns. That's a little far away for me, but we do have a bunch of quests to do up there, so... This might be something for the band of misfit toys to take care of. But before we do any of that, let's get some war going. All right, so it looks like Valentine's also going to be involved with this one. Hopefully they are on my side. But yeah, this should be a pretty straightforward fight. So. I'm always reluctant to do auto combat just because I think the AI has a tendency to lose units. But of course, it is rather fun to do combat. So, hello, Kodiak Samurai. How you doing? All right. So for those of you who didn't see this last time, the plasmoids are a big pain. They are something that basically they go into melee range. Every time you hit them, they sort of poof into fire and generally make a big nuisance of themselves. Now, the way that this works, this is true also for Age of Wonders 3. You basically get full movement, partial movement. Okay, so like you basically get certain actions, and you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner here, you see these movement bars. Basically, it's the number of actions that you can take. The further you move, the fewer actions you can take, but obviously the greater distance you can cover. So what I'm going to be doing here basically is setting up... I usually just try and set up this nice wall of death for the enemy to walk into. And we've got a bunch of vehicles over to the side here, so I'm going to try and get some good flanks on them over to the side here. But basically, I want to set myself up, getting ready for the bad guys to move in. So, you're well. It's been a long time. How are you? I am doing well. I got a late start tonight just because I was sleepy, and generally I just wanted to spend some time not staring at a computer screen. But I succeeded. And I'm enjoying some Planetfall. How have you been in the interim? I think what I'm going to do here, it's a little unlike how I normally play this, but I think I'm going to get them to look this way. And the reason I'm doing that is if the AI tries to be sneaky and move around the side, I still I still see them. They're still in my Overwatch area. But it also potentially gives me... Well, you know what? There's really no good argument one way. I can actually make this argument both ways. I'm not really covering anything. Yeah, I'll just do a traditional move after all. Now, I don't know if they have any kind of like area of effect damage, so that is a mild concern, as that's not a really great place for me to set up, but it's what I've got. So again, like I said, we just set up kind of our wall of death, and we hope for the best. Good here. You and I have swapped coasts, I believe, and you've gone back to school for another degree. Excellent. What are you studying now? And actually, I think I need to ask what your other degree, or your first degree is, because I don't believe I remember it. But yes, if you are on the West Coast, you are indeed in my my beloved lands. Okay, so it looks like Jack is actually in range to take out either the incinerators or the standard troopers. The nice thing is that the hero tends to be able to take a little bit more damage. So in this case here, unless the plasmoid, yeah, unfortunately I can't make the angles work properly. So we'll just go for the higher damage on the Vanguard unit here. All right, so that didn't work. Okay, we've got a gunship now. Looks like we are able to do some early damage on the Purifier, so we will take the opportunity. Yeah, I wasn't sure if your background was economics or if we just had the econ chats though. Going for another master's, this one in data analytics. Cool. It sounds that is at least somewhat comparable. Now, one of the tricks here is these guys don't have Overwatch, but that's not a huge problem in my view. Really, I'm just trying to put them behind cover so that they're a little hard to hit next time, and essentially I just want to spread these guys out so that I'm able to cause some difficulty for them next turn. Like, one main focus I'd like to have, if I can, is to have a whole bunch of guys sort of swarming in the back, and then maybe a little bit to the side here, but it's much more likely that these guys are going to be facing forward. So here's a good example where I'm using the full move, and again, I'm just putting some pressure on them in terms of how they're gonna engage me. And then this guy doesn't have a whole lot of health, but you know what? I'm going for it. It won't be the best thing in the world for me if they do try to go kind of hard on this guy, but it does, again, sort of give them something to think about. How you doing, Captain Zerge? And yeah, undergrad in Econ Japanese with an MBA and a lot of game theory work. And you've been known to teach some college econ classes, hence our chat. All right. So I'm kind of curious what happens with my ally. But let's see where this all goes. Okay, so a little bit of damage. The stagger was the bigger worry, but and looks like they all did have AoE attacks that they could drop on my guys. That's actually quite a bit of damage that I just took there. But flying is rather good against these these bad guys. And as you can see, the Wall of Death strategy is giving me some opportunities against the robot devils.
Enemy annihilated.
Nice. Okay. So first thing I want to do is try and get take advantage of a flank. I don't know if this will... I don't know if this will do the trick. Tough call. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to try and take advantage of my maneuverability, and I don't know why it gives me a red. Okay, knocked him back. Actually, that was a little less desirable that I knocked them back, just because it is... I'm probably not going to be able to take advantage of a flank on them now. But that did set them up for Jack hitting the 2 units.
Enemy neutralized.
Awesome. Okay, so this opens a few more options for me. Number 1, they don't have the ability to heal. Well, we'll just get the gunship to rain death.
Enemy neutralized.
Okay, so this guy's left, and essentially what I'm going to try and do is just take advantage of my position to get a bunch of flanking attacks on him. So obviously if this was XCOM, but even in Age of Wonders, I wouldn't necessarily want to leave a unit exposed like this, but of course I'm able to move my units to take advantage of the situation, which is exactly what I'm going to be doing here.
Enemy neutralized. Our forces are victorious.
So a little damage on my guys, experience all around, and essentially the kind of the damage will be healed over time. Yes, R.I.P. that guy. Who would have thought we'd live to see the day that Jack Gelder does something useful? Okay, now to the real test. The constant use of the Promethean weapons has had some unwanted side effects on the quartzite near the Molten Earth Arsenal. They absorbed the Pyrex fire and broke free. Get rid of them, and we can discuss an armistice.
Objective completed.
As always, we'll take the reward. We particularly want the I'll call it Space Rock, Cosmite. Kill the empowered quartzite near the Molten Earth Arsenal. Okay, so it looks like all roads lead to the arsenal. Thieves without honor. Oof. No good options here, unfortunately. So here we'll annex the sector. We already knew we were going to do that. This one is the repair station. I should take a look at it because it's nearby. Tough call whether or not I want to do a fight with these guys or if I want to just start heading towards the objective. We'll slap these guys around a bit. We have enough power. It's really just the plasmoid that causes me a little trouble. This is the campaign mode, Captain Zerge. So this is basically the first thing that you'd play after the tutorial. I've been sidetracked largely for the reasons that you're seeing right here. I do like the combat, so I've been doing stuff that doesn't necessarily advance me towards the end of the mission. But I don't know, it's fun on its own. This is kind of a neat thing, right? Because presumably, like, if I was doing this, I would just be sitting on the high ground and telling them to come to me. What I am going to do, though, is... Do I have any... Oh, actually, you know what? I don't have anybody with Overwatch. Okay, so all of this is Overwatch. That's going to make me sad. So yeah, what I'm going to do is... try and get a little bit of a flank with some of my better combat units. penguins also move pretty fast, so... Gonna, again, just trying to get as close as I can without without inviting sort of a hail of death. And this is advantageous. I think this is the smarter of the moves. So we've got blinding light, but in this case here, I'm just going to get a quick shot on the bad guys. And it's a 25% chance. I'm not going to cry too much about not having that work. And of course, the last question here. I think what we're going to be doing with my drone is we're going to just go straight to the side. It's possible they'll be targeted by this unit here, and they are relatively weak. But again, I want to try and take advantage of taking out the plasmids here. The only thing that I might have done differently would be to keep the pug in shooting range of the plasmid, but we'll see how the enemy reacts towards this. It is worth remembering too, like, it's on beginner mode. Like, I'm sure the game is not gonna like throw me overwhelming challenges. Okay, looks like they're committing to the stairs, so... Looks like I really want my commander on this one, so that's useful information. I'll probably be able to kite them. Alright. So there's two things that I can try here. I can either go for the Shredder Bomb and take advantage of the area of effect damage, or I can use a laser strike and do heavy damage on this thing. Now, it looks like it doesn't... Looks like it doesn't have a resistance to... No! Oh, god damn it. I thought right click was cancel. Okay, well, my decision's more or less made for me now. I want to do as much damage as I possibly can on this thing. It's left that cancels. All right, that's on me. Okay, again, I don't want to engage this thing in melee if I can avoid it. Although I can at least use the pug to do a little chip damage on it. Or fail to do any damage on it, as the case may be. I will admit I'm a little surprised about how little damage this does, but we gotta get these guys into play. I mean, that's the point of having melee characters. And apparently the penguins are not quite ready to unleash the fury, so... But they are a present threat. Alright, that was not the best turn, if I'm completely honest. But let's see, again, let's see how what the reply is. That's a pretty heavy response. I will admit, this is a surprising move. Okay. So now I have some decisions to make. I think I am gonna do this combo. It's not going to save me from
Enemy
the it's not going to save me from the fire here, but although I could possibly... No, he's out of... So this is a tough call, because in one sense I can help my buddy over the side here, but at the cost of taking damage. I think I still am going to go for this. So this is just so that I can help out my comrades. Alright, fair enough. And again, I want to try and avoid, where possible, giving these guys an opportunity to cause too much damage to the drone. I do, however, want to do damage to the... these guys, the plasmoids. Okay, so I'm interested to see what they try and attack. My melee units are 1 in a good position and 2 they're up to full health, so the only real worry I have is my commander, and also I really hope we don't lose the owl. And looks like they're committing to the stairs again, so... Oh wow, they're committing. I think I'm going to lose this commander no matter what. So.
Hero lost. Enemy killed. Enemy destroyed.
And the penguins are just sitting in the fire because that's what they do. That's upsetting, but... Alright, I might want to try and protect the penguins for a bit. Oh, looks like they are still kicking around, so... The thing here is they're still burning, so at this point it makes as much sense for me to just send them in and do as much damage as possible and hope that we're able to seal the deal with my other units. So in this case here, I don't have a whole lot of options. I am mildly curious about the yellow though, so let's see what that does.
Enemy neutralized.
Nice. So, again, we lost the hero. I believe the hero comes back on their own, though. Yeah. If you lose the battle, something else happens, but I believe if you win it, you get your hero back. So, as always, we'll take the reward. And it's a really tough call now as to whether or not I want to try and take on the Marauder Guard, or if I want to head straight towards the quest. I think in this case, I'm going to move towards the quest and give my guys a chance to heal. Okay. Now, at this point, I'm just kind of interested in knocking off as many quests as I can. So this one is... Okay, that's the other Elysium Parks. These, I believe, are all related to... Yeah, so all of these are my central quest. So in this case, I think... Yeah, I think we're going to go east. Oh, well, I can't move him anyway, so... Apparently orders required, but it's not like he can actually do anything. So, you can hang out. They can get a head start, though. Alright, native threat locator reveals location of interest. Unexplored hostile spawner. Target a friendly colony. Sure. Okay, cool. Well, we're going to be heading there no matter what. And the question now is, who builds the colony? I think my base, my original location will be the one that does that. Diplomatic analysis wing. So I can upgrade influence income, cosmite research. Oh, hell yes. And the Combat Simulation Center is actually a pretty decent idea. It just happens to be that none of my units are going to be near the home base for a while. They're going to be exploring the map, so I won't build that for now. Okay, so as before, we are heading towards the goals. As it is, I'll take a quick look here just to see if there's anything cool that I can pick up, because it's on the way. Ah, yes, I will definitely be able to. Not only will I be able to, but I want to do that. Vonber has an unexploited sector. And that was... Was it Jumper's range? Yes, so it'd be kind of neat if it would tell you right away what it has. So this is industry and energy. We have other candidates for energy exploitation, so I don't necessarily need more industry right now, but it makes a lot of sense to build that second one. So, okay, I still don't know what I'm doing with this guy. Oh, that's right. We were just kind of getting them to do a bunch of little side quests and whatnot. I should probably find something more meaningful to do with them. Although, honestly, map exploration at this point is not the worst thing I could be doing. So, I believe we'll be able to unite these two units next turn. Okay, let's get the bike. We got the bike exploring these areas because these sort of seem to be the next best spot for expansion. It's definitely not a fast-moving unit.
Sector annexed. Production ready.
Okay, I'm happy with all of this. We'll build our colonizer. We've got our replacement owl. There's a certain point where I want to say, like, maybe I do want to build another set of troops or something like that. But I think that will be. Yeah, I think I just have other things that I can be doing right now. If I really need units, I can always buy them from the neighbors as well. I will note, however, that the red faction seems to have a lot more territory than me, so I will want to... this is the sort of thing I would normally be a little spooked by in a different game. Alright, old Paragon repair station that restores full health to visiting units. The repair station adds 5 industry when it is within the colony's domain, recharged in 2 turns. So we'll research it. I hope this pendant of yours is made of Tychorian, Lieutenant, because the place looks like it has been wrecked by a horde of angry Pteranodon. How can you ever be sure, though, that this is where we need to search? For all we know, your brother could have switched working places a dozen times before he resigned. Sorry, that was a terrible reading, but... Let me get some water. I didn't want to bring this up earlier, but let's just say that my parents were very preoccupied about my family members going missing. They took some precautions. The pendants, they are more than just mere adornments. What are they then? Tracking devices? No wonder you never talk about your family. Yes, we could use them to find each other. When we landed, I located the pendant of my brother in this position. The last time I checked, it was still here, but now it appears to be moving. These are fresh hopperhound tracks. I suspect that one of those creatures scavenged your pendant. I remember several incident reports where exterminators found entire collections of shiny objects in a hopperhound burrow.
Objective completed.
Okay. Find the creature that ravaged the repair station. And apparently we exact terrible revenge at Tender's Grove. Now this is a little bit of a problem for me because obviously I've moved all of my... moved all of my units away from this, so I think this bike might actually be the formation, the start of a new unit at this point. Because we are I'm gonna send the the Misfit Toys unit to fulfill the time sensitive objective. Okay, as always, the mechanical unit's going to be moving far ahead. And where do I want to put my colony? I noticed that the game has sort of stopped giving me advice about where to put them down. I do like the idea of Emerald Elysium Park. I don't believe I can put a colony there, but I can put a colony next to it. So... and then we'll move these guys closer to the bike. They're not going to be able to do anything on their own, but...
Incoming communication.
You're the most despicable commander on this planet, Jack Gelder. You leave me no choice. Our disgust with you is cause enough to declare war. Bring it. Okay, looks like that does want to eat my colony. Alright, Misfit Toys Division. Slowpokes. I have the most affectionate names for my units. I'm not quite ready to face the nuclear fallout, so... oh, it's this area. Okay, annexing... They lose map regeneration and -4 to all damage resistances. So I wouldn't actually have to worry about this particular unit, but I'll avoid it nonetheless. So again, we're going to take our time moving over there. You're about to commit a crime. What's happening, tall man alive? Okay, Von Burr has again run out of things to do. Now, the Skirmisher Barracks makes a ton of sense because these are all mechanical units and I get a bonus for them now. I also, for some reason, I thought you could only build one of these at a time, but this can only be built in industrial exploitation. Okay, well, we do get bonuses towards mechanical buildings, and as it happens, it makes sense to build both. Actually, honestly, at this point... okay, this is actually getting a little silly, so... Civil Engineering Guild first, military... there we go. So you do only get to build one. Well, it makes sense. Civil for one, military for the next. Then we'll build the Skirmisher Barracks to take advantage of the bonuses to mechanical buildings. You're going to watch the priest play through and take notes so that you can do it yourself. You're fed up with getting stuck.
Happiness event in colony.
Completely understandable, tall man alive. Happiness event energy. Due to the happiness of your population, there's a boost in energy income. Today's energy income is increased by 100%. Well, that's nice. We've got a nice heavy reserve, but that doesn't mean that I don't have use for it elsewhere. Let's see what we can do about upgrading my units. Again, I want to prioritize the infantry before anything. So we'll mod this unit. Yeah, extra move on these guys is going to be particularly tasty, so... I'm out of the fancy stuff. Okay, mountain exploitation.
Mountains aren't just a great place to hide a body. A strong wall in a canyon can hold a reservoir to turn a turbine. Canyon winds can likewise generate power. Alpine travel is quite scenic if you bring the right gear.
This is my civic... Oh, I forgot to hear the name. All right. Colony infrastructure, upgrading the transit infrastructure in the colony will reduce travel time within the colony's domain. That sounds really good right now. I think we are going to go... I mean, again, I've got so many of these things that I haven't taken advantage of, but it just so happens like colony infrastructure really is the best bonus I can get right now.
Operations available for priming.
Okay, so in this case, I am going to start priming the deploy monitor. My reasoning here is I'd kind of like a little more intelligence on what's going on around my borders, because it does look like the AI is sort of spoiling for a fight. And I'm not quite ready to fight these guys yet, but we're getting close. And these are... Right, these are the bad guys. Okay. I think we're going to move these guys closer to Kemby. Now, there's a small worry that the Hopper Hounds are going to have us for lunch. Everything that's production-oriented, I kind of want to lock in first. And then I need to make some decisions in terms of what kinds of units I want to build. But again, I'm in a situation here where it's like the versions of the units I'd like to build are restricted by the Cosmite. I should actually really pay attention next time in terms of how I got so far behind on Cosmite, or if it's just the fact that this is a fairly scarce resource and there's not a lot that I can do to add to it. So again, New Sun Peaks, Alpus Magnus are my two most likely candidates for a colony. I am mildly interested as to whether or not it factors in the territory of the colony that you start with. I'll have to figure that out at another time. Ooh, it's going to take us a little bit of effort to get over the mountains, it looks like. Okay, so it says targeting array, which will... Interesting. Well, we're just gonna have a seat. Fortunately, I suspect these guys are heading to deal with the with my ally, and they haven't called me in. So, all right, looks like they're running off. Oh, Michael has captured your claimed sector. Michael has captured the ancient peaks. Because of your claims on the sector, you've gained a casus belli on Michael, allowing you to declare war. All right. Again, I want to see if I can actually get. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is one of the things that's a little wacky. The game is really... I feel like the trade could be done a little bit better. Just to avoid, like, you know what? Yeah. I don't know, just a few more signals in terms of what likely responses are going to be and things like that would probably go a long way for me. Because I kind of feel like I'm just stumbling in the dark with a lot of these.
Imperial defenses are remnants of Star Union planetary defense systems. They have a sector-wide effect on any armies in the sector they are in, both on the world map as well as in any tactical combat that takes place within the sector.
I mean, it says select the sector for more. Oh, wait, here we go. Targeting arrays are used to get accurate locations of force movements for tactical advantage. Vision and sensor range for units in the sector is increased by 3. All units gain detection in combat tactical operations, do not cost any operation points, but still cost energy. This is also worth remembering because I believe the Syndicate actually has a stealth unit. Alright, they want a non-aggression pact. We'll add, your proposal is very welcome. We think alike. Improving our diplomatic state was the right thing to do. Monitoring station has appeared on the targeted hex. The station provides the deploying player with vision for 6 hexes and sensor coverage for 12 hexes. The station is concealed and can only be detected by other players with detection, or if they move adjacent to it. Monitoring stations are not marked as belonging to a particular player and can be destroyed by other players without triggering war. Press the right mouse button to launch the operation. So this seems to be the best candidate here. The monitoring station has been successfully deployed from an orbital drop. It will remain hidden in place, supplying us with critical data until it's discovered by the enemy. These actually strike me as really useful, and I need to build more of them in the future. Because if you can get just sort of like... Oh, crap. Well, if I was wondering where I get Cosmite, that's where it is. I should actually... I'm going to build in the Burning Sky Wastes. So it'll give me access to the Elysian District, the Emerald Elysium Park. I'm sure I'd thought about that at some point before, but here we'll find the Vanguard Colony. Paragon Faction. As the last heirs of the Star Union, it is one of the many duties of the Paragon to uphold the cultural and technological legacy of our ancestors. We have witnessed the decline of the Dark Age and must commit ourselves to favor those few that show there can still be... To those few that show there can still be knowledgeable and civilized people in this rotten era. The question is, Jack Elder, will you be one of them? So, Oh, I get it. So we're going to start researching it. We need to get it within 10 turns, and I suspect, which is not that hard because we're generating 75 at the moment, but I have a feeling that's probably going to put my existing research. Yep. My research is on hold. Olivia Donovan wants to join you, and who would say no to such an incredibly badass-looking individual? So we'll recruit them. I'll put them on this stack over here. I mean, it's not... This is not exactly, like, a fully thought-out army, but this is actually not... Like, this is getting a decent form. So I've got a flanker here. I've got engineers to set up turrets. I'd maybe want to add, like, 2 infantry, and then we'll figure out what the third option is. But, like, I could do worse as far as the composition is concerned. Okay, again, the Misfit Toys... how long do I have? 5 turns, so I think I'll go to the Syndicate Agent and then the Gilded Sands. Okay, Gilder's not able to reach it, so... Michael Valentine, it's good to see you. It would please me to continue this relationship in more positive directions. Well, I mean, if you want. I can afford it. One day I'll buy their loyalty.
Production ready.
Okay, again, all the production's happy. Yeah, we already knew that. Alright, next round I'm going to try and be a little bit more descriptive in terms of what my decisions are. Interesting. Oh, nice. Okay, so they attacked my unit, and because I had an ally beside them, we're gonna take them on. Now this is gonna be interesting because we've got the they've got the powerful stuff that's coming after my mobile units, but I get to move first, so I can put these guys into a safer position. We'll see what the position looks like before we. This is actually kind of interesting because the high ground seems like a great place for me to defend from, but a lot of this really depends on. Yeah, Gelder's pretty far away, so I might actually have to give it up. Okay, so let's see what we're up against. They've got magma spit, so they are able to shoot down some of my units. The worm, 18, 24. Tunnels to the target hex erupting from the earth. Okay, so practically, holy crap, look at that thing. Practically we're looking at about 2 turns for them to get up the stairs. These guys, yeah. The real challenge here, of course, is that I have no idea. I have no idea where they're going to be moving. So in this particular case, this is really just going to be about getting my guys up as quickly as possible and into some defensive positions. Ideally, before they get to a place where they're able to start doing some damage to my my units. This might even be a situation where like my infantry winds up taking a little bit of damage because of these choices. I don't think that will happen. But I'm willing to endure it just because I want to, in this case, we get a free Overwatch, so I'll take it. I'm sort of willing to endure the possibility that my infantry takes a little damage from them. No, that's way too optimistic for their movement. Yeah, but anyways, I kind of want to rush these guys in so that we can set up for wherever these guys are going to come in. Now, my Wall of Death is not going to work as well against this worm if it's got this tunnel thing here. But of course, I've got flying units to deal with that. So, okay, apparently. Oh, right. In this case, everybody gets defense. All right, let's see how this goes. Worm sign.
Operations available.
Looks like they're getting pretty aggressive. So I'm kind of curious about the. They're immune to thermal attacks, so that's an important consideration in terms of my actions. Are these guys immune? Yes. Okay, so Gelder's weapon is going to be pretty useless here. So first things first, Shredder Bomb. Again, it's going to be a bit of chip damage, but it's better than nothing, right? So. So next up, I want to do if I can, I want to do damage on these guys. Looks like that's not an option available to me, though. So what we're going to do is we're going to prepare for their arrival. This is not the most courageous move I've ever made, but this is basically so that I can have some space available for all the other units. A little something like that. Now this guy may not actually be covered depending on where they move, but the idea is going to be that there's going to be some allies nearby to help him out. Now, of course, these guys are all clustered up, which is going to be a bit of a problem, but... Alright, so I do have some high ground. Yeah, I'm going to take it. Alright. Now, Gelder can attack here, but I believe the revelation is going to be that he is not effective. However, the coordinated strike's going to be helpful when the worm comes into range. So I will just verify that this thing... Alright, well that was inconclusive. Oh, so hang on. I should read this more carefully. Status effect means that it can't get caught on fire. Thermal resistance just means that it takes less damage from thermal weapons. That's a fairly important distinction, which I should have made earlier. Okay, now the really tough call here is whether or not I want to bring these bikes up. Knowing that sort of there's going to be some damage coming in. In this particular case, this bike's going to be covered by the infantry, so if I can knock this thing down a bit, or, you know, just miss. Again, I'm running the risk that I'm kind of clustering everybody up. I'm a little nervous about getting my gunships in too close. Graze is better than nothing, but... I do have a small suspicion that I'm probably gonna regret moving everyone in like this. Alright. As for these guys, I think we're just gonna hold them in reserve. Yeah. I don't know if this is really good bait, but... So I am curious what this guy's gonna... So I did not realize that that healed every round. Defense mode hyper armor. There we go. Okay, so this gives me some stuff to work with. Turns out my wall of death wasn't that effective. But because they decided to stay down here, I'll bring the fight to them. What I want to do here is I want to make sure that as many units as possible deal with the threat at the front. And this is because every unit that I don't spend on... Every unit that I don't spend fighting here is something that I can commit against the larger enemy. So this is a good example where I'd actually be willing to use a special op, just to put some damage on the. Interesting. Just to put some damage on this guy over here. All right, for this one, I think I'm just going to move these guys up closer. I might have boxed these guys in, though, which is a problem. Okay.
Enemy destroyed.
So, of course, the nice advantage here is that everything else gets dedicated on this worm. Now, what I'm particularly curious about, we've got the coordinated strike. Mark an enemy for your forces to focus on. The target is 40% easier to hit until the end of the turn. Now this, I'm not basically I'm not able to take full advantage of this situation. If there's a way to stun this, I'm going to be happy. High impact stagger units, reducing action points. Okay. So unfortunately, I don't think there's any way for me to do this without damaging my guy. And it is a tough one, so maybe I should have saved. There's a good argument for me to have saved that for another time. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. You're kidding me. I apparently cannot target... Is it alt? No, apparently I gotta damage my own guy. Okay, that sucks, but... And that did not stagger it as promised. Okay. Unfortunately, I think I'm just gonna have to take my lumps and... This thing might die as a result of that move, but... Nope, we still have a... Unbelievable that I can't get a better shot on that thing. I mean, it doesn't seem worth it at this point. So the only other thing, so we've got a combat assist system which will assist the unit. I think the Shredder Bomb's the better call here. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does something. Swallow whole! Jesus Christ! Okay. Thing's no joke. I don't have this advantage anymore, so at this point, we're just going to throw everything at it. And I'm definitely, I'm interested in the infantry being the one that takes it down. They got kid!
Enemy neutralized.
Oh shit, did they come back?
Our forces are victorious.
Oh, that's really funny. So apparently, we just, because they were swallowed whole, we just cut them out and you're fine, don't worry. The worm is dead. You've had your fun, Valentine. I think it's time to hammer out a truce. Well, very well, I'm a man of my word. Let the negotiations begin.
Objective completed.
Alright, always happy to take the rewards. This bunker allowed the other Vanguard to turn this once idyllic planet into a wasteland. If we had an expert, I would prefer to disarm every single warhead and shut this whole place down. Unfortunately, time is pressing. I propose a much bolder plan. Claim the Molten Earth arsenal ourselves and scare the other leaders into this much-needed truce.
Objective completed.
Alright, capture the Promethean military base, annex the Molten Earth arsenal to one of your colonies, and force the different squad leaders to listen to your diplomatic solutions for this conflict. Hint, to be able to annex the sector to a colony, that colony must be a maximum of 2 sectors away and have the necessary population to support an additional sector. Okay, well, obviously that means we're building a colony ship right away. The good news, of course, is that this colony is going to be getting some more of the Cosmite before too long, so... Paragon faction demand. Ah, just the person we're looking for. It has come to our attention that tribute has not been made. Please do so for the sake of a good relationship, of course. Sure. This is a little bit of a worry because the green guys might wind up trying to take the Molten Earth arsenal, but... Tank
Back
Corps.
in Star Union days, all the girls loved a laser tank boy. Now, after a century of cryosleep, the girls are melted-face mutant cannibals, and all boys need a laser tank just to keep them away. Commander Michael Valentine, Vanguard Expeditionary Forces.
That's a fun little bit of lore. Alright, we've been going pretty hard down my Vanguard and laser paths. So I can go for explosive payloads. Cluster Shell sounds like a really cool ability, or I can go for photon acceleration and get even bigger boom. I think explosive payloads is on brand. As nice as it would be to get the walker, I think we'll go for explosive payloads. All right, so Kemby's a bit of a conundrum right now. I think because I want to keep my Cosmite, I'm gonna set him up with 2 troopers. And apparently I can't build tanks yet. Right, because I need another military facility. Well, we'll start with the assault troops for now. I need to figure out what my last unit's gonna be. All right, unit of misfit toys. Didn't I tell you to be subtle about coming here? Now we have an entire gang of assassins on our hand. It was either that, or this was a trap all along. For all I know, your whole story of trying to help me against Cena was just to lure us here. I suggest you make up your mind about this quickly. I have no intentions of dying here today. Okay, protect the Syndicate agent. Protect the agent against the assassins sent after her. 3 Syndicate units slain.
Objective completed.
3 sets of Syndicate units slain. Fair enough. This is actually going to get a little tricky. Out of move points, huh? I'm happy to wait on this one for now. Do you want to enter this claim structure? The sector has already been claimed. Capturing it allows the other... You know what? That's fine. Now, this is apparently a fair fight. This is actually going to be a really tough fight. But I'm going to go for it. And it definitely recommends manual combat in this case. Okay, let's see if we can... let's see if we can outsmart the computer on this one. Holy crap, this thing is going to break us in half. Oh my god. Whew. Alright, let's see what we're up against with this terrifying looking thing. So they deal about 20 damage apiece. They've got thermal resistance. They are arc weak, but that's not going to count for much. This thing, 12 damage. Yeah. The burning ground is a really tough penalty to deal with, to be completely honest. I think I'm going to go extra cautious on this one. I don't like it because it basically means that their big lumbering tank is going to just have some extra turns to close the distance on me, but I don't have a lot of other really good options right now. Oh, Jesus, that's not going to be good. Yeah, all this stuff is... this, like, firing line is all broken. I will confess to be, I'm a little surprised I'm not able to... Okay, yeah, I can target these guys. This is obviously going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so we'll start with that. Alright, let's see what the penalty is for giving them a turn. This thing has got to be a priority to take down. See, the crazy thing about this is that there are these really strong units that I want to be focusing down as a priority, but if I do that, that means that these melee units get to just eat me for lunch.
Operations available.
Okay, so first things first, I think I'm going to use a Shredder Bomb. It'd be wonderful if I could make the numbers work on that, but I can't. Okay. I think I need some better plans about how I'm dealing with I don't think this guy gets any cover.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay, that's a bit of better news. So I'm not... okay, this will work. Again, I'm not crazy about the fact that these guys aren't getting cover, but I am at least able to start taking down some units here. Alright. This is too good of an opportunity to pass up, so... The nice thing is that we've taken down 2 sets of units, so the fact that they can generate 1 set of drones per round isn't as big of a worry to me as... Oh, Jesus. I'm not at all fond of the idea of letting these guys sit together. It was worth a shot. If they get like cluster damage, we're going to be in some serious trouble. But I'm reasonably happy with how that round went because we were able to take out 2 sets of sort of the melee damage units. They're half down on their burning guys. We've got 1 melee unit to worry about, and we know we can do some pretty heavy damage on this thing next round. Okay, note to self about the choking gas. So the good news here is this guy seems to be more about... Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I was worried about there. Please attack Jack. Yeah, I mean, that could have been much worse. So I want to get the people out of the fire. Looks like this guy's going to sit out of the fight, so... Does this game have artillery-style units? I guess we'll find out in a little bit. Okay, so this is nice that we get to flank them. I'm actually going to get my cover bonus here. I'd say it's a fairly strong priority for me to try and... I wonder if this counts as a flank. Oh, it does. So yeah, if I'm able to take this thing out, that's a huge coup. Now my worry is that this thing blows up if it dies. I'll admit that I'm not too crazy about taking the burning ground damage, but I'm even less crazy about standing on fire, so... Okay, not quite enough to seal the deal, but... It's important to remember, I believe everyone but Jack has the ability to heal themselves in an emergency, so I'm not quite at a panic mode yet. This guy's worth taking out. Unfortunately, the plasmoids are going to be a bit of a pain. Ah, that sucks. Because this guy's opening himself up to a big flank. Okay, here's what we're gonna do instead. I don't want to kill my cover, but again, I'm just trying to get a little chip damage on this thing before the real problems start. Oh, and I forgot, I've got a shredder bomb that I can drop, so I am gonna do that. Actually, how much do we have? So we've got 25 damage versus 12. So even with the thermal resistance, laser strike is clearly the better option. All right, so I have less to worry about for my whoever that thing latches onto. Obviously, these drones are going to be... Jesus Christ. Whoa! Okay, that is a huge where? Okay, and these guys apparently get to heal. That is terrifying in every possible way. Okay, so I need to make sure that my guys are not sitting on anything that's going to set them on fire, and anything that's going to peck them to death now. That's really cool that the corpse of that thing counts as cover. Oh god, I need you guys to bring a little bit more to this operation. Jesus, I actually really need to waste my entire army on just this one melee target. Down. Okay, clearly the drone has to go. That wasn't enough to actually seal the deal. Which is a shame because we know that this guy is gonna heal them. In this case, I think this is obviously overkill, but
enemy down.
I do not want to allow the possibility of that thing being able to come back and damage us. Okay, so we're going to be able to see the end of this thing. We need to get in close on the mothership, basically. But it looks like it's quite deliberately trying to get out of combat. Well, actually, it's really cool that we're not actually being affected by that. Now, it is important to... So this guy can only heal. So this guy's a high priority target. This guy can do some damage to us, but... this only costs me energy, so again, it's overkill, but
enemy destroyed.
Okay, I'd rather not suffer burning ground if I can avoid it, but it looks like there is no way to avoid it here. Oh, no, I just manually move them. It's actually going to give me a nice advantage to flank them in another encounter. Well, okay, it's not a flank, but I can work with it.
Enemy eliminated.
Again, it's a shame that I lost that that infantry unit, just because they're all elites, so they definitely do some good work. I'm really curious if this guy's got an area of effect attack. 200 damage to obstacles, can destroy fortified obstacle affected by line of sight rules, hyper armor, launch drones. Okay. I gotta get me one of them doomsday machines. At this point, we just focus the thing down. If it summons something, you know, fair enough. Clearly the, clearly the effort is to just end this encounter before somebody burns to death. All right, I probably should have seen that coming, to be honest. This is a genuine puzzle as to whether or not I want to try and heal Jack Gelder on this one. I think I'm gonna go for the. Ooh. Okay, can I get everyone in range of this thing? It looks like I can, so here's what I'm gonna do instead. I'm gonna move people into position. Again, I want to do all of this before. Actually, in this case, I'm going to move them a little closer. I want to get all of this done before I let people open fire. This is a narrow path. I hope this works. Okay, so I just want to double check that this does what I think. So 40% easier to hit. Well, you know what? I think, curiously, they're not going to have a hard time hitting this thing. So actually, I didn't need to do what I set up. But the sentiment was there. Okay. So again, not
enemy down. Our forces are victorious.
Not ideal in the sense that I lost a really good infantry unit. Actually, interestingly enough, I did not lose my best infantry unit. And the game said we were evenly matched, so. Alright, well, temporarily I'm going to add the Aegis tank, but. I better have the claim on this thing. I didn't do all that work for for my health. We're still short on the colonizer, so I've got 2 troops. I can give them an owl is probably my next best. Wait, do I really get all this stuff for free? What happens if I give him another Vanguard? Jesus Christ. This can't be... Like, this has to be 1 turn each. Okay, Gelder can be upgraded. Again, he's an infantry-focused leader, so... There might be some sense in vitality. Dig in is kind of helpful because I do tend to put him in the front line a lot. Field medicine also seems like a helpful one given the way that I've been playing, but strong discipline gives the hero +3 resistance, makes them immune to stat. Okay, rallying cry. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. 50% of the penalties from cover. Not bad. I think I'm gonna start with dig in. And normally I'd want to do something like Deadeye or something along those lines, but I think in this case we'll do the dig in and vitality. Just to give him a little more survivability. Okay, it is owned by me, so I think these guys are just gonna simmer down for a little bit. Alright, we need to get you with as much food as possible. So the reasoning here is I want to take the Elysian district as well as the Elysium Park. Following that, Botanical Garden, no, Recreational Dome first. There is an argument for the standard military infrastructure, because I'm not going to have people to protect them. Botanical Gardens, and we will revise this depending on how quickly the colony grows. Okay, Von Beer. This one is actually a really hard call. And in this case, we're going to go for the resource generation. And then I'm going to build the training centers. Again, this is because I get, from the Starship Maintenance Bay, I'm going to get some bonuses towards sort of the mechanical units that I build. Alright, so it looks like they succeeded in taking out the Michael's... they took out Michael Valentine's colony, but Michael Valentine didn't accept me as overlord, so that's his problem. Okay, so looks like it's one set of assassins against the unit of Misfit Toys, and we get to move first, so I'm not too worried about how this is going to turn out. Now, of course, the drawback here is that we don't get Overwatch. So I think the first thing we're going to do is... So, I want to see what this guy's up to. So he's got a pulse pistol, he's got arc bolas. But basically, this is a pretty standard VIP defense mission. These guys have Overwatch. Okay, so the real fun is basically going to be how do I deal with the fact that these guys are going to be able to cause me trouble with Overwatch. And I think in this particular case here, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I've got melee units with a reasonably fast move speed. We're going to put them behind some cover. I am, of course, capable of setting up my own Overwatch. And essentially what I kind of want to do here is we're setting up for a best reply rather than a particularly bold opening. They'll likely be able to get some shots off on my guys, but nothing that I can't survive. So basically we've got a melee unit and a kind of a scout companion. And then my sort of my main firepower is coming up the middle. How much damage do these guys do? 12. I believe this thing's actually weak to arc. Yep. I want to be a little careful on that, but... Anyways, we'll see how it goes. Massive defense bypass sounds like something that should frighten me.
Operations available.
Okay, so they're set up on an Overwatch, but I have ops. Oh, they were clever. Okay. Does this stagger? It does not. Okay, so what I want to make sure of... I want to make sure that I'm staggering whoever gets the overwatch on me. Okay, so here's how I'm going to handle this. We're going to go right around the back on these guys. I'm not 100% sure about the move I made with the scouting unit. But again, what I'm trying to aim for here is to give them a little bit of a... give them a little bit of a dilemma in terms of... I don't think I want them looking that way, actually. Give them a little bit of a dilemma in terms of where they should be aiming their attention. Okay, and this is good because I get a shot off on somebody without... Oh, it looks like they do get an overwatch. Okay, that's fair. I wasn't sure if the blinding would carry the day on that or not. Unfortunately, it looks like I don't get any shots on these guys. Okay, so this one I'm just going to hunker down on. This guy I think I'm going to move a little closer. The hope is that they are going to try and move in on him. And of course, if they try and make the move, then my melee guys come in and hurt them. Oh, I didn't use my op. Okay, that is a lot of very frightening damage. This thing has got to get out of here. We're going to lose it.
Unit down.
But they don't have Overwatch, which means my melee guys are going to come in and... Oh, what a shame. Okay, apparently the penguins aren't quite speedy enough to get the job done. But... we'll at least get our owl... Revenge for our owl. I think I just hit my own guys with that. That's embarrassing. Okay, none of these are particularly good options. Oof, yeah, none of that. None of that was good. Obviously my owls are a liability here, so I'm going to pull back. The counterattack here is probably going to hurt quite a bit. It is mighty tempting to try and do some kind of an attack on these guys, but you know what? I'm a bit nervous, but if we're able to take somebody out, nope. I believe that guy can move up and get a flank on him now. We'll see how it goes. Nope, looks like they're more worried about the penguins.
Enemy neutralized.
Nice. We're going to be able to get a nice backstab. Okay, so first things first. So one, I get a nice flank on the snipers. Number two, now I'm in everyone's face, so if they try anything, I'm going to be able to reply. But more importantly, we get to watch the penguins just murder this thing. Alright, so again, I'm probably going to wind up blinding my own guys, but it seems much more on brand to have the traitor do them execution
Enemy
style.
annihilated. Our forces are victorious.
All right, again, so I'm not happy about the fact that I lost an owl, but as I am fond of saying, this is the Legion of Misfit Toys. It's low risk battle. I'm gonna risk the auto combat on this here. All right, well. I'd rather have not lost my 2 owls, but I can't complain too much because that is how it went for me. So good, that should have been all of them. Now let's talk about my payment before I hand over the evidence. Payment? You didn't say anything about me making Cena retreat would already ben. Sorry, didn't you say making Cena retreat would have already benefit you as much as it does help me? Not quite correct, Colonel. I only said that I had a certain interest in that to happen. Your involvement wasn't necessary for me to go through with this, so obviously I should gain something in return for my generosity. But don't worry, unlike Cena, I am very modest in my demands. A few minutes of access to the Molten Earth arsenal should compensate me for risking my life. I think you have a very strange understanding of the word modest. Asking for access to a secret military facility is hardly a small request. There's no way for me to tell what data you collect, what the data you collect there might be used for. On the other hand, I would rather have you take a look at the facility while my men supervise you than see Cena claim the complex for herself and dig through its database. Thieves without honor, how disappointing. We already took care of this matter ourselves. We no longer need your help. Okay, that's a shame.
Objective completed. War has been declared on us.
That's it. You've wronged me in the past, and you are building too close to me, and you are held in low esteem among our people. We hereby declare war on you and your wretched people. You have wronged me too many times, and you are the next on my list. Cool story. Compensate the agent by giving her access to the molten... All right. I'm going to have to make some choices about how we handle this. Why do you blame me, Valken? Okay, let's get the upgrades in first. Anything that I can do to make my Misfit unit better? Hero gains enlightened. All units that attack the hero have a strength of 8 chance of being affected with soul burn. Field medicine seems like a good one for this character to have, seeing as we do tend to throw these creatures and these units into the maw a bit. Okay, I kind of want to go on the aggressive on this. I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that they're going to have the support of like these backup units, but it seems better for me to sort of determine the engagement. Okay, so Jack is fairly weak. Yeah, this is a little bit more of an even fight than what I would want, but we'll go manual and see. Just woke up from a nap that lasted 6 hours. My nap wasn't 6 hours, but I had a very delightful nap before starting this one. I really want to finish this. I really do want to finish this mission, but I keep getting interesting things to do. So I'm a little curious how I'm going to handle this fight, because it does seem that these guys are built with arc throwers, which are rather good at taking out my guys. Okay, looks like they're going to be able to get their guys together and the time it takes. So, first things first, I think I'm going to get Jack to take his drugs. Now, the Wall of Death isn't going to work too well here. This is why I'm not setting everyone up for in cover. But if I can, it would be nice to try and get some early attacks on the... it'd be nice to get some early attacks on these front units before too long. Oh, I didn't realize that... okay, well, we'll just set up an Overwatch here. Normally I'd like to be a little more aggressive in my movement for my bikes, but I have a feeling that the Syndicate's going to have some nasty surprises for me, so I don't want these guys to be too far out on their own. This I'm a little okay with. There's always going to be like one sort of baiting unit. I'm going to be very sad if one of these units are able to target them on the side. There's an outside chance that they will, but I'm not sufficiently scared. Okay, I'm curious how this next round's going to go. Okay. Yep. Oh my god, there's 2 units that got to shoot. Alright. Okay, Syndicate seems like a very cool faction to play. And fortunately, my flanking units are going to be able to cause some hurt. That sniper rifle is devastating, though.
Operations available.
Okay, so I've got some decisions to make. First of all, you need to take your drugs. I actually prefer the idea of taking these guys out first. I'm not going to be able to do that with everyone, unfortunately. Oh, I don't know how the physics of that work, but I'm happy that they do. Alright, this one is harder to work with, unfortunately, so... Really, my tank apparently cannot do anything about the situation it finds itself in. Oh, so apparently this thing like just runs up to units and like pushes them away. That is substantially less exciting than I thought it would be. So I might lose this unit. Oh. Alright. I didn't exactly want to use my aerial commander like this because they're fairly weak on their own. But again, this guy does quite a bit of damage, so... Most of this stuff is sort of intended to keep the bad guys honest in terms of their activities. Okay. So this side of the battle's dealt with. I'm not really comfortable with this, but it is a flank, so that was actually really funny to look at. How is he still alive? Nice. Okay. You're kidding me. So apparently these guys are just immortal as long as they've got that overdrive on them. All right, well, tell you what. I'm at least going to get some satisfaction. I really don't like how exposed my air is here. But the hope is that I'm going to be able to sort of move the line up and we'll get a nice flank on these guys when it matters. That is ridiculous.
Unit in action.
Man, okay, so that overcharge ability is actually an incredibly... Wow. So I can see why the Syndicate is not like one that you start off with, but this is a very, very powerful faction if you know how the abilities work. Because if you think about it, right, that guy was brought down to 1, so that took up 2 units worth of attacks. And then it was... So number 1, they were able to heal it. Okay, this one will take it out, so we're just going to stand and deliver. Okay, I am surprised that they're still alive, but... Oh, that's right! If you take out a vehicle, you don't take out the character. Oh, this is nonsense. Okay. I cannot believe that I'm putting this much into taking out one character. But again, being able to take out their hero...
Enemy hero killed.
...is a nice little perk. But yeah, so like, look at what happened there. Like, this thing, we wasted 2 units worth of damage to try and take it out, which we weren't able to successfully do. Right, this is immobilized.
Enemy down.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not impressed. But on top of the...
Enemy destroyed.
Basically, on top of the fact that we wasted 2 units on that, they were also able to be healed. Now, I'm pretty sure we'll still come out on top on this battle, but again, we've wound up losing a bunch of units in something that I kind of feel like we should have been able to survive.
Unit has fallen.
That's just an unfortunate situation. They were flanked. That one was much more careless on my part. I'm very lucky that... Okay, well, it's going to die here.
Unit killed in action.
So I'm going to have to rebuild my... my vehicle group. So I think the best benefit here is to do the stagger. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. That guy's not going to be able to reply. Okay, well, that's fine, because I can still stand and take them out here. I was thinking more about defending the vehicle, which was clearly not under
Enemy
threat.
eliminated.
Okay, how far can this guy move? So pretty much anywhere I can shoot them, they can sort of fire back. So what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to pull my bike back in this case. And the logic is I'm obviously a lot stronger in this position. I'm going to be able to move my guys up for some cover. I think some drugs are in order for this guy. I think I can get a flank in on this. It's not enough to seal the deal, but...
Enemy neutralized.
But yeah, so basically this guy's in a little bit more of a position of safety, and we're able to move the front up so that we can get some of our Overwatch bonuses. And hopefully this guy doesn't choke to death. What I am going to be interested in is whether or not we're able to sort of assault their base in response to all of this. Okay, this is not a worry at all. That is a worry. Okay. This is basically just to make sure that they have to commit if they want to take this thing out. Okay, that was a shame, but not surprising. Okay.
Enemy eliminated.
We might lose it because they hit very hard. See if we can finish the job here, and then everybody else just moves up and causes some trouble. And I'm particularly worried about engaging with the air vehicle, because I don't think the health on this thing is that good. These guys have already taken their drugs, so... There's a bit of a worry that they, if the AI decides to target them, there can be some serious damage. Hey, Ego Karen, it seems like you didn't make it to the stream of yours almost a month. Shame on you. Has it been that long? It doesn't feel like it's been that long. I'm gonna trust your word on how long it's been, but I'm very happy to see you nonetheless, Ego. I'm enjoying Age of Wonders Planetfall, as I'm sure you're perfectly capable of seeing on your own. And I'm having a fairly good time of it. There's a few things that I've clearly stumbled on, but it is a very worthy successor to an already great series. So. Wow. I mean, that was a reasonably powerful unit that they took out, but I did just gain that like in the last building, so I'm not gonna cry too much about losing it, especially because they're gonna lose a couple of heroes. Okay, so I'm gonna move my plane to get advantage of another flanking bonus. Gelder gets to deliver the coup de grace.
Enemy hero killed.
Alright, so sloppy, but we got what we needed. So I need 2 bikes, a gunship, and we've always needed infantry, so that's fine. And it seems to me in this case, whoa. Oh, it's a colony. Okay, well, we'll move up closer. I'm not in the pink of health, but I think this is the right call. Okay, before we do that... against my better judgment, I am going to put down the air commander. And I've only got 2 left, so attacks with ranged weapons are 15% more accurate when fired from cover. I don't believe the plane can get cover, so... but we'll do range specialist. Okay. Hopefully we don't lose anything on this one. You don't know this game or this series, but these turn-based tactical games are almost always fun. Yeah, so the best way I could say would be Civilization, only you have more direct control over the combat. And it's the hero units wind up being very, very strong and very influential. Okay, so I gotta worry a little bit about the Overwatch. 1 drugs, please. So we know there's going to be an Overwatch best reply. Or maybe we don't. Okay. This opens possibilities now. So who hits harder is the question. So 22 as opposed to 10. Okay, so in a perfect world, I would have been able to tag these guys here. But what we're going to do is we're going to go out around the edge. Drat. It's not the best shot, but it is a flank, and it is with 2 actions. Yeah, but 2 actions at 35% still miss. Okay. I shouldn't have done that with this guy, because if there's destructible terrain nearby, it'll blow up. So. Sorry, Ego Karen, I probably really screwed up that description. I'm not sure if that's what caused the reply that you gave. So basically, you've got the civilization building element is obviously still here. I really need to make this guy die. Otherwise, they're going to be able to destroy one of these things. Jack, can you do anything about this? No, you cannot. But yeah, basically what I was trying... Ah, damn it. I wanted that guy to Overwatch. Again, I'm potentially setting my guys up for some fairly devastating responses. But yeah, so basically you've got the Civ style game in the sense that you run around the strategic map, you set up colonies and whatnot, but instead of the combat happening on the strategic layer, you actually go into these turn-based battles. And because, again, this game was originally... the series was originally sort of a fantasy one. I keep forgetting these guys are powerful healers. Because sort of its origins are in this this fantasy setting, the generals wind up being sort of these larger-than-life figures that... okay, I'm lucky there. Wind up having sort of this outsized effect on the battle. Which, to me, is like one of the big selling features of the game. Okay, again, I'm not comfortable with the fact that I'm hiding behind this cover here, but I do get a nice heavy hit on these jokers.
Enemy down.
So that's my commander. You can see that they just wiped out a unit on their own. Yeah, I'm just not sure if the was like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, Chalk. Could you please speak English? So this is a nice flank here, but... yeah, you know what? We're going for it. This is a healing unit, so it's probably better to take them out first. Okay, I want to be a little careful on this, but we'll move them up. So this is to protect from this sniper over here. Now I get to have my way with these guys. So. Or do I? Yeah, this is actually going to be tricky, so I can either try and take out the sniper from this range, or I can try and go after these guys, but I'm going to be like staring them in the face. Okay, to begin with, aha, here's the trick. So I get a flank on this guy first. He's going to turn around to deal with me. Now what we're going to do... Oh, but it's not quite enough to finish the job. Alright. Your comrades are relying on you, friends. Nice. Okay, so now...
Enemy destroyed.
Now my goal is to try and make this guy turn around as many times as possible. Oh, you know what? I probably should have just attacked this thing here. Yeah, I'm going for it. I don't think he can take out any of my units on a one-shot, so... Anyways, despite my crappy explanation, I'm pretty sure you can get an idea of what this thing looks like. How did the transition from fantasy look? This looks like sci-fi happened. Well, they've made 3 or 4 games, Age of Wonders, which were all fantasy games. Paradox bought Triumph Studios, who made this. Now they hadn't announced, actually announced Planetfall, which is what this game is, until after the acquisition. But I don't think this is a case of Paradox is like, we're doing sci-fi games, so we want you to do a sci-fi game. I suspect it was probably like, in my opinion at least, when you make 3 fantasy games, you sort of want to answer the question, like, why are we going down this fantasy path again? Like, is there something new that we have to say in this genre? Or alternatively, it's like, okay, we don't have enough to kind of add to the existing experience, and so let's try a different setting and bring in sort of the elements that would make that interesting. So for instance, I seem to feel that there's a lot more sort of ranged combat in this, and it feels a little more like XCOM than the previous game is. And I like that. Like, I think that's a good feature. Also, the factions are really interesting here, which again is that's just something I happen to think is really, you know, worth the price of admission, really. All units in the hero's army gain... Huh. I would have gone for ranged specialist, but I think this is actually much better for my my team. The hero gains Overwatch on all primary ranged attacks, 20% accuracy on Overwatch. Tempting, but I think I'm going to save the skill points. But yeah, so far as I can tell, they wanted... Yeah, we'll raise it. But yeah, in this again, I'm purely speculating on the part of Triumph, but I feel like that's probably one of the more credible accounts of how that might have happened. Okay. I do need to get the colonizer up so that we can get on the move. I do also have to build some replacement units, though, so let me just double check. I believe it was 1 Vanguard... It was like 1 Vanguard unit, and then I had... It was like a gunship... Yeah, it was like a gunship and a bunch of bikes. Now that's Von Bur's job, so... We don't have enough for the gunship yet, so... I'm in less of a rush to get those rebuilt. Now, as far as the Vanguard unit go... Actually, you know what? It's probably just better that I add these guys to the Central Army at this point. Because we are sort of making our move towards this capital. Or what I'm assuming is it's at least a colony. So if I'm going to bring troops in, you know, I might as well do it right. I haven't dealt with this quest, though. I guess that'll come when I move the army of misfit toys. Okay, Kemby can annex another sector. I think I was going to give them Tenders Grover Union Peaks. Oh no, I was going to give them Terra Break mining tech. Okay, well, we'll deal with that later. You denounce me, huh? Jack Gelder, I'm very well aware of what you've done. Let it be known to all, Jack Gelder ignored claims on sectors. We abhor your action. I didn't ignore claims. Okay, we're distrusted, which...
Production ready.
Fair enough.
Production ready.
I'm happy with the wind farms because we're generating energy like nobody's business. Until now, we have been one amongst many, but it's time for us to prove our greatness to the weaklings who would take this world from us. We shall crush their armies, raise their colonies, and build our empire upon their ashes.
Incoming communication.
You're on the path to victory. Keep it up.
Incoming
Cena
communication.
insulted me. Completing these tasks won't lead you to victory. I will make sure of that.
Empire task completed.
Okay, bunch of morale, it looks like, but I don't really need it right now. Okay, so, next few turns. If I can, I'm going to try and take out Ezanira, but it's not clear whether or not I'm actually going to be able to pull that off. It looks like Michael's perfectly capable on taking these guys out. I hope they are, at least. And we'll see what our production gives me after.
Objective completed.
Okay, the first steps of your people towards the path of wisdom are like droplets of water in this desert of ignorance. There is hope for you yet, Jack Gelder. Accept these gifts as a token of our support. Okay, before anything... I can move. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Yes. Kindly ask. By courtesy of the prefect, we shall grant you this honor, Jack Gelder. Nice. Aha. Alright, that is a shame. I didn't realize that that had to be... Well, with that in mind... we will... So it's Dynamo Mountain and Beetle Peaks. So it's basically telling me I have too many industrial expansions, which I'm fine with because I just get rid of one of the ones I already have. So in this case, I think we'll get rid of Dynamo Mountain. And what we'll do is Dynamo Mountain will become... Oh. Actually, that wasn't the smartest thing I could have done. Nope. I'm actually just going to accept that I've kind of worked myself into... I've worked myself into a little bit of a dilemma. And instead, I'm just going to accept that this will be... Yeah, I'm going to need to wait on it. I'm going to make Tenders Grove the next expansion for the energy. And the Terra Break mining tech will go to Von Burr. Could I give a short description of the different factions? Sure you go, Karen. The factions that we have right now are the Vanguard, which is me, and this is basically... So, there's... in science fiction, there's this idea of like these sort of generational sorts of ships where you the people get on the ship and they know that they will never actually see the next. They'll never see the destination. That they're either going to be in sort of cryo sleep for the whole time, or there's going to be sort of people like the people who go on the ship go into like this cryo sleep or something like that. And that's effectively what the Vanguard are, is that they go out to the reaches of the galaxy. They're expanding the presence of the Empire, but they've sort of recruited people who don't have a lot to lose. And as a consequence, it's supposed to be kind of this rough and tumble mercenary group.
Pickups
Almost
are one-time collectibles that provide resources or other rewards. They are instant bonuses that are given to the player who first collects them by moving a unit on top of them.
That's slightly annoying. I wish I knew about that ahead of time. It's very tempting to go to this fight because I know I'm stronger than them right now. But yeah, so it's like we're human-like. The trailers make these guys seem to be a lot more mercenary and militaristic than they seem to be in this particular mission here. Who we're going up against right now are the Syndicate, who are also sort of a human-like faction, but they are much more sort of psionically gifted. They're more conniving, and they are a little bit better at trade and diplomacy, although as we have learned through encountering them, they are actually very powerful. They have very powerful units as well. There's also the Amazons. I believe the Amazons get like laser firing dinosaurs. There's the Assembly, which are a bit like the Borg. Basically, they're these robots which have no means of reproduction, but instead they sort of harvest this biomass and use them for spare parts. There's the Devar, who are kind of like communist space dwarves. But what might be a little bit better is, if you're still around, I will show you the character creation inside of it, because you actually get to make your own heroes in this game, which is kind of cool. Alright, I think I am going to go for the fight. The militia is actually going to be a challenge. So we've got runners, invisible to other players due to universal camouflage. Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of a... This is going to be a little bit of a fight, but I'm going to go for it. But yeah, our main thing here is that we've got lots of shooting, and but we're not very good at melee. And unfortunately, I'm really taking advantage of my infantry here, without taking advantage of all of my sort of my mechanical capabilities. Now the good news is, if it comes down to dealing with Overwatch, yeah, so they got a couple units on Overwatch. So this is where I want to be a little careful. But as it happens, looks like my bikes are in just the right spot. Now again, for all I know, these guys are going to do some devastating move that makes me regret moving up like this, but for now, I'll live with what I got. Ah, slow movement. Okay, this is going to be how they sink me. So one of the things that I can consider doing with this... So the slow movement actually kind of helps me a bit, because effectively it just lets me move my wall of death up really slowly. And it means I don't need to deal with their... I don't need to deal with their sort of Overwatch stuff. again, I just want to be a little careful on where I'm moving my guys. Alright, so this will be an example where I set... Now again, the drawback is that I don't have any Overwatch, and of course all of this is clustered up, so there may be some other consequences for me doing that. Now unfortunately Gelder is not able to... I mean, I could do a phase shift, but I have a feeling that that's... Actually... that's not quite what I wanted. Yeah, I think I'm just going to move him up to the front behind some cover. And we'll give him his injection. But yeah, so the thing is, like, if they've got a clustering attack, my infantry is going to be devastated. If they don't, then effectively I'm going to be able to shred all their melee units before they can do anything about it. And the hope here is that I'm going to be able to get my bikes to come in and flank, although the fact that I have slow movement is going to be a problem. All the factions are playable, though in the campaign they do lock a few of them behind passing certain content. So it's like if you want to play them, you should be able to. Looks like they are. Oh no, this is okay. You should be able to sort of play whatever you want in the game, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to play whatever you want in the campaign. But I think that's fair, because that's kind of true of like any game. Alright. This is gonna suck a bit. But I might be able to get a very nice flank on my... I think my bikes are actually going to be able to get some nice flanking in. I do want to be careful of my plane, though. Ouch.
Operations available.
Okay. So one consideration I might want to make is the Shredder Bomb. This would stagger this melee unit. So this gets rid of his melee Overwatch, which is pretty powerful for me. I'd rather get this guy out of danger, but I don't have any good place to move them, so...
Enemy neutralized.
So first priority is to try and take out the... Damn it. My first priority is to try and take out the melee guys. I think now is time for drugs. Unfortunately, he's immobilized, so... Not looking good. Again, I'd love to get some kind of a flank going on here, but... you know what? I should have been thinking of this a lot sooner.
Enemy down.
Yeah, that's a lot easier. It's mighty tempting for me to go around, because I think I would actually wind up burning this guy. In this case, I'm just going to take out the
enemy
closer one.
annihilated.
Mostly I'm trying to avoid flanks here, so... Is there anything interesting I can do with this guy? Not really. This is actually not a great spot for a lot of my bikes to be. And this is just because... So let's imagine that I move him up aggressively. It's like, okay, that's all well and good, but now he's going to be targeted by these guys. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to accept that I'm not in an ideal situation. And we're going to move my units to a place where they can do a little more good. In this case, the threat's going to be coming from these guys, so we'll position him accordingly and set him up for defense. Now, there is the possibility of me launching a rocket at these guys. think what I'm going to do instead, we'll move to a slightly safer position. I was very lucky that that worked, but... So again, the idea here is because I move slower, I'm sort of trying to preserve myself, I'm trying to avoid any flanks, and I'm trying not to lose any more units, because it's going to take us a longer time to replace anything. I do want to take out this, faction, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to throw everything into it. They're probably going to heal, yeah. I forgot that. Oh, and of course there's a sniper here, so these guys hit hard. When they hit. Okay, so I can still give these guys drugs. Now, if I were a boulder man... Yeah, you know what? Interesting. Okay. I know these guys can heal, but it'll at least they'll have to spend some time on it. So I could technically wipe these guys out, but let's make sure that that's the best option I have. I might want to take out the people who use the escape module first. Absolutely brutal. Okay, these guys are immobilized. Again, I think we're gonna take out the people who got away with the cheese first.
Enemy destroyed.
Again, it'd be nice to take these guys out. It would be especially nice to take out the healers, but I don't want to overextend myself in order to do that, so... Okay. We kind of knew that was coming. So the question now is, does Jack Gelder take out this guy? Or does he take out the... I think I'm going to take out the healer in this case. Okay, not enough to seal the deal, but we're going to be in a good spot for next round, I think. Okay, that's going to be a flank.
Enemy neutralized.
Nice. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything too exciting with the snipers here, but... Damn it.
Enemy eliminated.
So the reason I did that was just so that I can slowly move people up and deal with the snipers if I can. I might be able to get a flank if we do some damage to them here, because they're going to turn. Oh, no, they won't. Alright, so I think... Again, I wanna keep cover just because these are snipers and they will do damage to me. Ah, so close. Alright, I can make this work. They'll probably bleed out anyway, but... We didn't come all this way just to watch them bleed out. Now, if I was slightly more clever, I would have popped my my nanite injectors just to get everybody's health up. But I mean, at this point, I've claimed their territory. So what else do I want, right? Colony awaits its fate. Okay, so I can contact the commander, absorb it, raise it. Okay, let's see what this does. So diplomacy screen. We can absorb. You absorb the colony into your empire, bringing it under your control. We can raise it, burn the colony to the ground. This renders various colony upgrades unusable and the colony itself uninhabitable until reconstructed. Migrate colony to the Vanguard. Migrate the population of this colony to a Vanguard. The colony will become a Vanguard colony. I don't 100% understand this option. Migrate the population of this colony to Vanguard. The colony will become a Vanguard colony. Or we absorb it. Absorbing it seems like the better option. Especially given the fact that this will allow me to claim the Molten Earth Arsenal for myself. Alright, we'll absorb it. I feel like that's the wimpy choice, but... Orders required for the assassin. You know what, I think I'll just start moving them towards the Molten Earth Arsenal. I think these guys need to simmer down. It'd be nice to claim these artifacts, but not at the risk of taking damage. Okay, Von Burr, rather. Okay. So, where are my other units? Jaber Cananics, it's first sector, so first priority would be the Elysian District. Didn't I have troops nearby? I could have sworn I had like a group of people who were on their way to sort of reinforce. Ah, fair enough.
Production ready.
Okay.
Production ready. Happiness event in colony.
Wait, is this another colony ship that I'm building? Oh, that's right, because I wanted to, Sina of House Timur is no longer among us, considering everything she's been responsible for, even just a small fraction of her acts we could witness since her arrival. I must say that justice has been served. This will teach the Syndicate and their separatist friends. Hopefully they will think twice the next time they plan to act against the Union and its laws. Daiyu Jiang is dead. They found her in the nightcap, harried with the charred remains still smoldering within the embers of Pyrex fire. Damn it, she even told me herself she felt like being watched. I cannot believe that this would happen under my command, but I swear I'm going to find whoever did this and make them pay for their crime. In the meantime, I have the sad duty to mourn for a lost officer and a friend. I remember Daiyu Jiang on her first assignment. She found a broken OWL unit behind enemy lines. She fixed it, even though it took my chief engineer told her it was damaged beyond repair. It took her 3 days, but she did it just to prove him wrong. Daiyu Jiang fixed things even when they appeared irreparably broken. Not just robots, but people. I always considered her to be the adhesive bonding composite that held together my crew. Worst of all, we weren't even able to retrieve her body, and we have to honor her memory. All we have to honor her memory is a charred piece of her hat and the pain. Bleep, bleep, bleep. The robot runs aimlessly into a wall, then stops and rotates its head a full 360 degrees. I know it isn't easy, Tapples. Sit down here with me and pass a moment in quiet and peace to honor the memory of our friend. Pay the Syndicate agent failed. Well, that's fair. Find the creature that ravaged the repair station failed. Okay. I'm curious what triggered that. Yeah, I've heard that too. Apparently there is some dispute as to whether or not that's actually the origins of the term, but it's a neat little bit of lore. Okay. I've actually overbuilt in terms of colonies now.
Operations available for priming.
In this case, I'm just going to do deploy monitor. This is largely so I can just get it done. I do need a new leader, so I might as well send them to my new colony.
Incoming communication.
We can become close comrades, Jack Gelder. Let us continue to form a stronger bond between our people. Well, we can do a defensive pact. Okay, first thing... Wait, do I really have 2 industrial specialties for this already? I do. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the one on Jumper's Range. I'm actually going to clear out this entire queue first. Do I really want to hold off moving these guys again? I kind of have to, just because there's no one else in the area to claim these territories. So the Camber Mountains... Yeah, the question is, do I want Kemby to get this one, or do I want to extend out to this area? There are no obviously good choices here. I think... Well, first of all, I'm not going to reinforce my guy. I don't actually have a war going on, so I don't need to do the reinforcement. I think I'm going to get the Elysian District first. Tender's Grove will go to Kemby, and then Terrabreak Mining Tech will go to Von Burr. All right, you've got your orders. Thank you. Let's carry on with exploration. Actually, you know what I can do? Oh no, this is all Syndicate stuff. These guys are a little bit better served as scouts, but... Okay, this is the Misfit Toys group again. Oh, that's right, they were going to be the ones to do all this colonization stuff. Well, that's fine. We'll still make a move. Okay, Kemby, what do I want you to make? I want you to... I think at this point, I'm just gonna queue up every single... I'm just gonna queue up every single building I can put in here until I come up with better ideas. Now... This is my stolen colony, so... I think in this case I'm going to do my infrastructure first. No, actually, because it's conquered, let's get the happiness up first. And then I'll just pick the stuff that's fastest to build. Well, hello, Sniper Guy Gaming.
Happiness event in colony. Opponent has been defeated.
Okay, we're neutral with the Syndicate because we took them out. Hello everybody from Sniper Guy Gaming. I'm that guy who was talking about the Epic Store, and none of you went and read the blog! But thank you very much, Sniper Guy, for the host. I know you were playing this with the Cool Eagle. What factions were you two playing, and who won? Under the rule of the great emperors, we witnessed a time of growth and prosperity. Alas, that time is almost forgotten. We have lost the tools that once built the great structures of that area, but all is not lost, Jack Gelder. Take up the mantle of memory, kindle the hearts of your people, the past, awaken our dreams by building monuments to the emperors of the past. 630 for monuments to the Paragon. I'll accept it. I'd rather not, because there are better things I can do with my production, but we're in a decent shape. Your Vanguard Celestial, you're still alive. Kegel got devoured by bug people and the Syndicate, but you gotta go. Good luck. Thank you very much, Sniper Guy Gaming. Sorry not to see you for a long time, but for those of you who like this game, here is the link to Sniper Guy Gaming. Also does a lot of games with Cool Eagle, who is a friend of the stream, so both of them are worth checking out. I didn't see any notifications for raids, but I usually don't have usually they don't show up on the screen here, so. Ego needs to get some sleep. You have to be up in like 4 hours. See you next time. Okay, thanks a lot, Ego. Karen, I'm sorry I couldn't show you the character creation on this. I don't have a good way of opening it up right now, but anyways, each of those factions we talked about, you get one of those, you get a special tech for them, and then you get to kind of customize the look of everything. So next time you're here, remind me, I will show it to you because it's a really cool little feature of this game. Anyways, how you doing, Cool Eagle? Alright, I think this was this wasn't my scouting unit. I wanted to annex this. Am I not able to annex this? It's within 2. Maybe I'm just not able to. This isn't big enough yet. Okay, well, clearly I need to get some exploration in, so. These guys, they were originally going to be they were going to be claiming territory for. Okay, this is just getting silly now. I needed to dismantle both. Fair enough. You're going to be hanging around for a bit. These guys are ready to go. I do want one more infantry for them. Who would I be annexing this for, though? Like, surely if I can annex this, I should be able to annex the Molten Earth Arsenal. Oh, hey, there's the raid. All right, good. Your raid went through. Dead. Yeah, so Sniper Guy came by and said that apparently your run went to interesting places. For those of you who don't know him, Cool Eagle actually has a lot of overlap with some of the stuff that I enjoy playing. So he does a lot of BattleTech. I think you've done XCOM 2 in the past. I know he's also done, obviously he's doing Age of Wonders Planetfall. He's done Surviving Mars. So if you like that kind of stuff that I do, I think it's a fair call to say. Fair call to say that you would probably, if you like some of my stuff, you'd probably like some of his as well. Let me just count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we don't quite have enough for monuments to the Paragon. Let's just move the priority up. You attacked a 3k army with a 2.5k army on request of the viewer, and it killed you. I mean, this is just on beginner difficulty because it's the default option. I've been losing a few more units than I'm comfortable with. I definitely know how I'm going to be playing differently next time around, but I feel that we're getting reasonably close to the end of this one. I did just lose my comrade seemingly for no reason. But I suppose that just makes it all the more exciting. Here we're just kind of slouching towards our goals here. All right, I have no idea where this colony is going. I'm just moving it. Assassin Bro, I think, is going to go to the... I guess they become the new chief of vehicles, for lack of better option. We're still going to the Elysian district. This bike is going to check out Sapphire Elysium Park. Laura 2, is that you? Emma 3 sent us. We want to ask you some questions about the night the fighting started. We heard that there were 3 officers involved. Do you remember their names? Emma 3 sent you? I guess I can trust you then. Yes, of course I remember their names, silly. I'm a robot. It was Colonel Valentine, Colonel Garu, and Lieutenant Yang. They all wanted time with Ilya 5. I was bringing them all another bottle of champagne when they suddenly threatened each other with their guns. This is all over a woman android. Ilya 5? Another of your kind, I suppose. Yes, but if you need to ask, you're surely not from around here. Ilya 5 was the star of Leave 6. She was the latest model, with looks he would kill for. No wonder she caused a war. I can't tell you how often the other Vanguard came looking for her since she ran off with Lieutenant Yang. Oh wait, I can. It was 243 times. Nobody knows where she's hiding except Michael 4, and he'll just pretend his audio processors aren't working. The funny thing about this, like, if you look at the trailer for the game, Jack Gelder comes off as like this really like anti-hero mercenary style commander, you know, cigar chomping and like just talking tough to everyone. But inside here, he sounds and acts a lot more like a hero. Commanding Officer Bar fights, runaway succubots. I must say, this whole affair is getting more and more bizarre, but now I want to get to the bottom of this. I guess we should pay this Michael 4 bot a visit. Okay, now we can annex this. Thank Christ. I think we've already got people on the remaining territories, although these were people who are going to be moving towards... you know what we're going to do? We're going to take the 1 infantry here. What is this character's about? Oh! No. Okay. So what we're going to do instead... these 2 are going to move towards Jack Gelder's unit. Where's my assassin? Okay. Von Burr. Right, I need to figure out what I'm doing with Jumper's range. In this case, it seems to make as much sense to energy exploit that one. You'd love to hang out, but you usually do for a bit, but honestly, you're dead tired. You're going to hit the sack. Have a good one. See you, my friend. Thank you very much, and thank you for the viewers. I know I was sort of
ready.
Drowning out, but I also kind of feel like I might have been a little more listless this stream as well, so...
I would never want to belong to any club.
Playthrough Bruce, I think that was you who followed. I have not actually played multiplayer, so if the Cool Eagle is still around, I know he's heading to bed, but he might be able to answer that. I believe there is a turn cap on this game.
In Colony.
So, to be honest with you, I can't give you a precise answer to that, but I do think we have somebody inside a chat who might be able to answer that. I will admit that I have been playing this very slowly, but I think that is more a statement of my approach to games rather than a general statement on how slow the game is. You can turn the cap off? Okay, so apparently they can be endless. I swear we had the assassin unit kicking around somewhere here. Anyways, doesn't matter. We'll end the turn and we'll find him next time. You played 9 hours for the last game before you lost, nowhere close to winning. You had 50 more turns before you would have won if you didn't get invaded. Okay. So it does sound... I'm getting the impression here, playthrough Bruce, that it might be a little bit on the longer side.
Bombs aren't always bad. The universe started with a big bang. Makes you wonder, what do you suppose God was trying to destroy when it went off? And did it work? Varla Prakash, philosopher.
Have a good one, Cool Eagle. But I will admit, for you playthrough Bruce, I tend to play this sort of stuff single player most of the time, so I'm not a very good judge on that. So I'm tempted to go for photon acceleration. One, obviously, it is relatively inexpensive now. The Walker Core is the other tempting one, because I do sort of want to start restructuring my military. The thing is, I don't really have a whole lot to... I really don't actually have that much to build an army for, so 15 to 25 is a good call. I believe there's also like a pit boss mode where you can walk away from the computer while people take their turns, so that's a nice feature in games like this, I find. I think I'm going to go for photon acceleration just because I have gone fairly heavy on those, but I think I do need to start investing in better military. Again, we'll try and meet up with our commander. All right, there's my assassin. So we're going to move him to Terra Break Mining Tech. He's going to take over this unit. Here, we're going to take over the Elysian District for Triabear. I'm not 100% sure if I want to move him closer like this, but I still have no idea what I'm doing with this guy, but it's mostly I'm trying to make sure that I have some way of connecting my territories. There's going to be a really weird little sort of paint, like I'm basically going to have to try and paint it something like this. Okay, Ruby Elysium Park is all right. Wait a minute. Yeah, get closer. Okay. I don't want to enter it, because whatever's there will kill me. I suppose the Tender's Grove that I wanted for... Yeah, I guess I wanted Tender's Grove for Kemby, so... Okay, Von Burr, let's get you... get you working on this. So okay, reinforcement factory again just seems like a ridiculously powerful thing for me to start building. We've got energy efficient. Okay, lower energy costs for units, but we're generating so much energy I don't really need to worry about it. But instantly completing, I've like never done this. So I think we will do the energy efficient assembly line for lack of better options. Does this game have any aspects like the fights that are super graphically demanding? I mean, I'm on like a 3-year-old computer. Admittedly, it was overbuilt for the time. Sorry, I just got a little bad news from someone. I wanted to make sure that they were okay. Let me just take a quick minute. I'm sorry for the silence on the game, but if you move your mouse out, I'll let you know what the system requirements are for this game right here. So according to the Steam page, the minimum requirements would be Windows 7 Service Pack 1, 8.1 or Windows 10. It wants a 3rd generation i5 or AMD FX series processor or equivalent, 6 gigabytes of RAM, and an NVIDIA GTX 650 Ti or an AMD Radeon HD 7770. So that, at the risk of sounding like a little too, at the risk of sounding like really, I don't know, out of touch, that doesn't strike me as a particularly demanding set of minimum requirements. Now, the recommended ones are a little bit more modern. So recommended would be a 7th or 8th generation i5. So that would be, I've got an i7, but I believe I'm on a 7th or maybe even a 6th generation processor, 8 gigabytes of RAM, NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1060, or Radeon 570. I'm on a 980 Ti. So, I mean, again, I still probably have the horsepower for it, but certainly the recommended requirements reflect a more modern computer. But I would say in order to get this thing running, it seems to be a pretty straightforward setup. So yeah, I mean, again, I have a very well-built computer from 3 years ago, and it's not really complaining. I think if you want to crank all the settings up to the highest, you probably are going to need something, something that you've built more recently. But it's definitely not the most graphically demanding game, you can pick. I think compared to Civilization 6, I think this one compares more favorably. I'll just do one more check. Where are you, Sid Meier? So by comparison, oh, that's really surprising. Actually, the requirements for Civ 6 are really light. That's surprising, actually. All right, kill 2 armies. I haven't really been going down the war path here, so.
Happiness event in colony.
Okay, so we're going to turn over just to see how many of the territories I haven't claimed yet. I do want to see what's going on with annexing the Molten Earth Arsenal, but in the worst case scenario, I'll just take a colony and drop it nearby, either in the Nuclear Wasteland or the Commerce Desert or the Sapphire Elysium Park or something. You play a ton of StarCraft 2, that runs well on medium settings, even in intense fights, so you wanted to make sure of that before purchasing. Yeah, so playthrough Bruce. First of all, congratulations. I think this is a really fun game. There is a cap in terms of what you can get. So your each of your armies is 6 units large, and then if you look at this, neighboring armies can become involved. So basically you've got 6 in the center, another 6, so that's 12, 18... 24, 30, 36. I can't remember if I counted this one, but you're looking at basically 42 units on the screen, and it's a turn-based game. So I suspect that if you don't have any problems running a real-time game like StarCraft, which was sort of designed to have lots of units on it, you should be in pretty good shape. Okay, so they want Cosmite in exchange for energy, but I actually want Cosmite more, so. Okay, unexploited sector. I want the Cosmite from the Elysian district, so. Spatial rift to the oh no, I get that automatically. Okay. Looks like this is... so this is interesting. So milestone charge station adds 5 when it's within the colony's domain. 5, 5. Okay, so it actually seems to make the most sense that I would want to put energy down on this one. So this is energy exploitation. It provides various economic bonuses based on its level. Levels can be increased via economic research. I hope that's right. I should figure out exactly how the interaction between these symbols work. But presumably, you know, matching it to the most frequent symbols. Actually, why did I make Tender's Grove an energy sector? That's a much better food one. Oh, because I don't own Tender's Grove. It's just automatically, it's the derelict. Yeah, so it looks like it's within the colony's domain, within this colony's domain. Interesting. So actually the exploitation may not matter as much as I thought it did. Okay, well, I'm still going to go for energy. I don't need it, but it is kind of the main feature of the Elysian district. I should probably be taking the science one before too long, but it's going to be Emerald Elysium Park, then this region. Okay, these guys are moving closer towards the assassin. Then this assassin will be moving closer to these guys. Now the real question is, what do I want? I think I was... Oh, that's right, I was going to get another owl. So, oddly, as embarrassingly, they're actually heading to Vonbur again. Okay, these guys are meeting up with Jack Gelder again. One, so they can drop off the Vanguard troops, but second, so that the leader can take over the bike unit. And then these guys were going to take over Tender's Grove for me. Okay, so apparently I can annex this for Azanara. Now maybe it's because I can't have disconnected regions. So I'm going to try the Mountains of Virtue. This is what the AI had set up anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. In the meantime, I'm still going to slouch on to Bethlehem here. Okay, it's all water. So there is a mild temptation to put down like a colony in the nuclear wasteland or something like that, but I don't know. We'll see how it works. Let's just head to the Ruby Park. Are you Michael 4? We were told that you know about the location of Ilia 5. Don't worry, we only need to ask her some questions. The vocation of Killian's wife? I didn't even know she was married, though I guess all the emperors had their secrets. Do you know that Emperor Kanshio had so many trapdoors in his throne room that it was impossible for his subjects not to trigger them accidentally? Can you drop the act, Michael 4? We know you hear perfectly. Tell us where she is, and we will leave you in peace. Feed me grilled cheese. I prefer non-organic fruit. Or who am I kidding? After all these years, I'm tired. You can find her here. Scan for traces of Atheron. Oh, and one more thing. Please don't tell her I told you. She has quite the temper.
Objective completed.
Alright, so... Well, that's convenient. Make things a little easier for the union of the two groups. It may also be that I need to take out this unit here, so maybe what I'll do is I'll get Jack Gelder to sort of like turn around and take this thing out, but... Oh, cool. We've got yet another leader and like nobody. Okay, actually, I'm going to do something a little different on this one. Let's see. So he's got power fists. So I'm going to do something a little more melee oriented here. Let's open up diplomacy.
Operations available for priming.
So let's say we'll buy 1 fanatic, 1 heavy soldier, and a pair of guards. I'm leaving the space open for... oh, you know what? This isn't a commander. I'm an idiot. All right. Well, that's fine. That just gives me something fun to play around with. I guess I can go cleaning up any bad guys that I see in the area. The heavy soldiers slowing things down. Okay. Von Burr. I think the answer here first is we're going to build all the upgrades that I can. Again, I might abandon this. Von Burr is going to be my primary sort of hardware manufacturing. But for the time being, I'm happy to sort of kit it out. That's going to be true of just about everyone. So
Production ready.
Okay, this is fine.
Incoming communication.
They like me.
Empire task completed. Objective completed.
Ode to a Lost Age. I see your cities, how these monuments gleam with the past. Truly the past will never be forgotten. It's beautiful, truly marvelous. You've done a great service to the Paragon, Jack Elder. Please accept our payment. All right.
Breakthroughs in gravitic containment and inertial dampening systems intended to facilitate increased cosmite production prove to have serendipitous applications in mass transit systems across a variety of terrains, allowing for more efficient transport across colonies where this technology is deployed. Dr. Axenet, Chief Researcher, MagTech Inc.
So transit infrastructure is going to be really helpful because obviously I've been having some difficulties moving my units across the ground. Also getting additional cosmite income will be nice, as will be demonstrated in just a moment. Now, before I go any further, colonist care is nice, but I do have support approving. I can double down on my development here, but first thing I want to do is actually see the types of territories that I own. So we're looking at mountains. We got a river. Okay, so mountain comes up a lot. I think in this case I am willing to do both the ruins and the forest, so. Unexploited sector, so the Mountains of Virtue give me what? Energy exploitation. Well, fair enough. And I will prioritize that over the other infrastructure. Damn it. It's a little faster to build, and obviously it gives me it multiplies my ability to sort of produce things. So
Operations available for priming.
I think I'm going to keep putting down these monitors. They're actually quite helpful. Confirm movement. Yes. And I think at this point, I'm going to get the troops to individually go to Gelder. And also, it's high time I started getting these upgrades done. Actually, more importantly, I also need to make sure whether or not Gelder himself can get some of these mods. So I think that implant's perfectly fine. Same story with her. Now, this is a little funny because apparently I've decided the person with the laser sword is going to be commanding the vehicles, but we have ways of fixing that. So first up, okay, so they need piloting. So add piloting, ground commander. Okay, piloting and ground commander first, then next up we'll go for air commander. So we'll set them up. Hover bike or an assault bike. I think assault bike is a little more appropriate to the team I'm on. Incinerator module works, nadite injectors work, and because why not? I can afford it. Revive target biologic, yeah. Revive is definitely nice to have. And I believe we want her, yeah, we want her at the Molten Earth Arsenal. Okay, same story here, only this time we're going to say there's no mod 3. All right, fair enough. Again, we have a surplus of this stuff, so I'm just I'm going nuts in terms of the purchases, just because I can at the moment. Now, for some reason, I thought this guy was a hero. So, yeah, this is the funny thing, is I actually I've thought that I've had a bunch of heroes running around when, in fact, I don't. But it's not the end of the world. I should be able to make something happen out of all this. I have no idea where this came from, but it looks kind of neat. All right, I don't recognize you. You don't seem to be like any other squad leaders. Please, tell me you're my brave, strong rescuer. The other Vanguard have lost their minds. Well, helper, don't worry. I will bring you to safety, the safety of our core colony. Once you are there, the other Vanguard leaders will have to stop fighting over something out of their reach. Nope, they're just going to attack me. Thank you. Finally, an officer with some common sense and manners. And a handsome one, too.
Objective completed.
All right. Again, this is absolutely nothing I would do with a colonist unit in any other game, but here. Okay, so 2 more colonists and then we can annex this thing. Good news. I will get the bikes into position. And I guess I'll add this guy. Oh no, he does count as a commander. So I guess I can either send him here. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, and it turns out that I'm growing faster than what I know really to do with myself. Okay, they can get another sector. The Emerald Elysium Park is the obvious
Sector annexed.
The obvious
Production ready.
Answer here. Von Burr is going to be the place where I build my replacement gunship and bikes, but again, one thing at a time. They've got some other tasks on there. Other tasks. Return to Quest Giver. That was up here, wasn't it? I never even met the third. Group. Okay, looks like that's not what I need to do. Alright. Ah, I believe this... Oh no, this is a different quest. Okay, so I think we said Tender... No, hang on. Tender's Grove... It will be energy exploitation. And we'll move this slightly higher again just because it winds up improving my existing infrastructure. These guys... Right, so we've got our new bike unit. We'll integrate them into the army here, and what better opportunity to test our military capabilities. I feel like I should be building an owl at this point. I don't even know what I'm doing with this guy anymore. Let's just commit them all to the west. Okay, I think what we're going to do here, we're going to drop a monitoring state. This is largely to just keep an eye on this group over here. I thought that we had negotiated vision with them, but...
Sector annexed. Production ready. Production ready.
Okay, all of this is good just because it's infrastructure that's going to help me when I start building some units. Again, this is largely just going through the motion. Although I'm actually not 100% sure how I'm supposed to win Hejiang anymore. One more colonist. 412 versus 662. The only thing is it's all bikes. Otherwise I'd be willing to take that on. Man, these guys move really slow. I think it's very fair to say that this is not the quest giver I'm supposed to be going to. So, I think I am going to just clear out what we can here. Actually, you know, might as well enter Ruby Elysium Park. Popular support is now changed to neutral. That's interesting.
Incoming communication.
I may not yet share a mutual trust. I am keen on improving that. Together we can be stronger. Alright, well. Defensive pact it is. Share the vision. Cool. Stay mad then. We're gonna wait one round on this. Oh, hang on. Ah. I need to send her to Kemby. This is 900 versus 960. Yeah, I'm going to need a little more hardware on this. Who is that? Hey, the Eyes of Sin! So the Eyes of Sin, I wasn't 100% sure that I'd hear from you. I know it's been a little while since you were able to stop by, but I also know stuff hasn't always been 100% on your end. So let me say, 2 years is a very special milestone. You might actually be the longest ongoing sub to the channel, which is lovely. But number two, I also appreciate that today may not have been the best time to do that. So that's a double thank you for the fact that you stopped by, that you made the time. And please know that that is appreciated, much more so than I think might be obvious. All right. I think at this point, fairly standard upgrades. I still want to take advantage of the bonuses in my main production center here. So at this point, again, just building what I can. I can afford the extra energy on all of these bonuses. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Have you heard of this game, out of curiosity? Have you ever played Age of Wonders? Okay, I definitely want to recruit Seska the Lasermancer. Who could turn down such an impressive name? And we'll just put them in charge of whatever unit we can attach them to. And there we go. Nicely done, Colonel. Don't look so surprised. I accept defeat. When I've been beaten fair and square by my opponent, Ilya 5 belongs with you now. With that matter out of the way, I feel that we should intensify our efforts concerning the Molten Earth Arsenal. Hopefully that will allow us to bring this needless conflict to an end.
Objective completed.
Okay, that's good news there. You have not. You've heard people speak highly of this game, though. Specifically of Planetfall, or of Age of Wonders in general? Paragon faction wants tribute, which I'll happily give them.
Don't think too rigidly. The speed of light is not a constant if you change it. Dr. Millicent Rickles, head researcher, Lazulite Inc.
By the way, guys, I'm always fond of talking about the Eyes of Sin. She does occasionally stream on Twitch, but there's something I'd particularly like to share with you right now. For those of you who are subs here, the Eyes of Sin is the person who did these lovely emotes. But I'd also like to take a minute here and draw you to this website, art by the Eyes of Sin, artbytheeyeyeSofsyn.tumblr.com. The Eyes of Sin is, in addition to being an incredibly friendly and loyal and otherwise stand-up viewer, she's a very talented artist. And it's one thing for me to always send her messages saying, oh, this looks so good, I wish I could do what you do, and so on and so forth. The fact of the matter is that it's, I sometimes think that because I just keep saying it, it doesn't necessarily have the impact that it might normally. So if you guys get a chance to take a look at that art, I would love for you to take a look and also basically let her know what you think of it, because I think it's wonderful. I definitely have some favorites inside of there. I particularly like some of the characters that she's come up with, and while there's no written biography of them, there's definitely sort of a story that's told by certain features and expressions. It's one of my favorite features of her art like that. All right. I rather regret that I'm going to be spending the round upgrading this guy, but we'll take on the enemy next turn. Can we annex this yet? No. Anyways, I am very fond of the work that she does, and it is always a joy to be able to share
Production ready.
that sort of stuff with you. So
Production ready.
if you get a chance to look at it and
Happiness event in colony.
and say what
Incoming communication.
say what you think, that would mean a lot to me. Suggest a better deal, then we'll talk. Fair enough. They want 500 energy? That's half of my treasury. You know what? Screw that. I definitely get how the casus belli works now. Also, again, sorry if my my dialogue isn't where it should be. I'll admit I've felt a little scattered tonight, but I really do want to get through this. I really do want to get through this event or this this campaign, and I really do enjoy this game. So I don't know if it's immediately apparent or not, but I can think of worse times or worse ways to spend the time.
If properly targeted, a bullet will hit its mark at a speed impossible for humans to dodge. To increase human evasion, one needs smart defenses. Want to dodge a bullet? Obtain a detector capable of triggering ballistic shields preemptively. Mr. Bowman, developer, CenturyLink Security Systems.
Okay, drone deployment. Yeah, I mean, these are some pretty strong strategic level. Valkyries. Okay. I actually think spending some time on these projects are worth it. Oh, damn it. I should have read that before. Sorry, I was a little too hasty. We put a lot into energy and production, so I feel like we should keep going down that path for now. Okay, again, we're gonna wait until we can annex this thing. We need to get everybody in position, so you can rest. Please don't kill me. Run for your lives. We're not ready to take that on. Bullying these things sounds like a lot more fun. Okay, so this thing's got a wild bash, high impact, stagger. These things chain discharge. So these things would devastate my bikes if I had them. So this is the dilemma. All the cover that I can sit behind is... Oh, not exactly. Oof. This will get ugly. You know what? We're staying put. This is not exactly a profile in courage, but I don't want to go anywhere near the exploding stuff.
Operations ready.
All right, looks like they actually looks like they're staying put too. So that's fine. We'll get rid of the big guy, then we'll move in and take out the smaller ones. This, of course, is stupid as hell because I was the one who initiated the battle. Okay, no, they're not playing. Okay. Fair enough. Congratulations, you are now bait. I should have taken out the thing beside it. Huh. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Okay, and I've been wasting my time. This is probably going to have some very negative consequences in a little bit. So it's weak to biochemical and that's it. So it is going to be able to clobber these guys. My best option right now is just do a good old-fashioned laser strike. It won't do a lot of damage, but it'll get the chip in, and that's what I need right now. Ah! How did I miss that? Because I didn't read. In fairness, though, I probably would have clustered my guys like an idiot, regardless of how the game handled it. So, is everybody stunned? I hope not. Hopefully I'm able to hit the guy behind him. I can.
Enemy annihilated.
Not quite enough to take him out, but close. So again, the
Enemy down.
they're going to be doing some damage as far as the like bouncing off of units is concerned. But I should be able to sort of weather that storm, and the nice side benefit is going to be that I get to use my nanite heal next round. I'm obviously taking a risk by moving my guys behind explosive cover, but I haven't seen the AI use that yet. Okay, so first up, this is kind of cheesing the game. I'm essentially getting my army in a position to be ahead on their heals. Essentially, what this is going to do is it gives me fewer turns where I need to do that. I need to do that heal action. I'm taking the moves just on the thought that the improved to hit will help. That may not be the right call, though.
Enemy down.
It's moot point because
Our forces are victorious.
All right, out of move point, so we'll wait. All right, let's see what we're up against. Ruins Analysis Station. We get additional science. Doesn't cost us anything, so sure. Okay, so I think we said we wanted an owl, and then I think we're also going to be building some bikes. Right, and a gunship. So 1 gunship, 2 bikes, I think seems right. Gunship, 2 bikes. I could maybe try some other combination or something like that, because actually, you know what? 2 gunships makes slightly more sense, seeing that the commander is now in a bike. Or alternatively, no gunship. Yeah, gunships are slow. So we're just going to go for 3 bikes. And then I think I'm going to... I think maybe what I'll do is, like, I'll do a tank... I'll do a tank and gunship sort of group. Because that seems to make a little bit more sense given that they've got the same move speed. The whole point of having the bike unit is so I can zip around the map where they're needed.
Incoming communication.
Alright, if you like me so much, give me my damn defensive pact. Jesus Christ, really? No.
Incoming communication.
I mean, if you really want.
Happiness event in colony. Happiness event in colony.
I'm pretty much going to accept that they're never going to accept vassalization.
Operations available for priming.
So if I were to cancel that, oh. Yeah, we'll lock that in. I'm a little curious about getting more doctrines, but for now, I'm gonna go bully these things. This is really just to get the experience up for my new unit. These ones are a little less scary. Again, I don't want to cluster up my guys again because of the arc damage, but the one problem here is there's not a lot of cover. But that can be a bit of a virtue too, because of course that does mean that I don't stack my units like I was doing in the last fight. Okay, decision time. Gonna move these guys way out along the side. Similar story with these guys here. Again, this is just to avoid the this is to avoid the damage from the bouncing attacks. And in this case, Jack Gelder's going to be taking a bit of fire, but I'm sort of okay with that because he can take it. Number two, that'll allow me to sort of respond. Should have counted a little bit closer.
Operations available.
Okay, so the hope here now is basically that I'm going to be able to start clearing out some of the units. There's an outside chance I can take this thing out.
Enemy
Nice.
destroyed.
Okay, so now I don't need to worry about the clustering damage. No line of sight.
Enemy neutralized.
Okay, so this guy's going to charge in. Hopefully we get a high ground bonus. Well, they're also behind cover though, so... I think he's still going to get the bouncing bonus. Well, there's a way we can avoid that. Oh, not quite enough. There we go. The worst I need to worry about now is fire. And the nice thing about this is anybody who was damaged, I'm going to be able to do the Nanite heal before the next turn. So it'll basically be like we healed and didn't go into any combat. Oh, this guy may not actually have enough. So the hope here is to get the flank. I probably should have done the Nanite heal again. So let's get those out of the way now, just so I don't forget it.
Enemy annihilated. They never stood a chance.
So again, this was the brand new unit, and so everybody's sort of super veterans, and then we've got our new guy, but even then they're doing reasonably well as far as their experience is concerned. So again, I need to find out some way to get this guy on my side. I thought the love bot option was how we did that, but it was apparently wrong. So we'll just carry on. I might as well explore the rest of the map at this point. So the Isle of Misfit units. Oh. Nope, before we do that, a very important task. Hooray! Let's get them ready to pick up their bikes. All right. This will be fun. I haven't actually used most of these units, so. And Sin, if you get a chance to see this, hopefully you're going to see my killer penguins, which are hilarious to watch. Oh, that's right. I got a bunch of melee units here. This is going to be interesting for them to take on the punchy rockmen. All right, let's see where this all goes. So here we've got a troop. Well, I'm gonna have to shoot the rock guy at some point. So, yes, engineers. Okay, this will be helpful. Let's set you up. I should have worked this out a little differently. Okay, this is a somewhat courageous place for the turret, but I think this will do what it has to. Okay, Seska the Lasermancer. Looks like they got a shotgun. Laser shotgun sounds really cool. Just not very good at range, apparently. Okay. I'm not feeling that courageous with my bike, so I'm going to move it out and around and we'll take him from behind. And then my syndicate agent, I mean, they can throw the bolas, but at this point I think they're better to keep in reserve. Anything interesting I can do? Well, I'm not crazy about this because I think there's one stray rock and this lights out for this guy, but we might as well do whatever chip damage we can. Alright. This is slightly more interesting. I think we're going to move behind the cover here. My hero, though, I'm willing to put a little more effort behind, especially because I can blind. See. I can blind, but it's not likely. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Again, stabby penguins will put behind cover so that they can strike with vengeance. And, the Lovin' androids. So, love pheromones target biological or cyborg unit might resist an 8 strength chance or become mind controlled till the end of combat. Hello! I like this. I'm obviously putting them in a bit of a risky position, but I think it is a risk I'm willing to take. In the worst case scenario, I can drop down the blur cloud, but I don't think that'll be necessary. Okay, what are we looking at here? So there's a Paragon Fanatic who... Ah. Okay, so this guy boosts people. I believe I went all melee on this one. So... This is the other batch of love bots, but these guys are all about punching. On the odd chance that there is a way around the edge here, I think I will move some of the units up. And then in theory, this thing will actually join the combat in the year 2021 when I can actually... Well, actually, I think this is a great argument for the Paragon Fanatic to... Oh, I have 2 Fanatics? I'm very interested then. So this is a single action. How long does this last? For 2 turns. Well, let's see how it goes. Maybe I should have done that, like, at the start of the next turn. I'm bad at this. Alright. Okay, I got a bit lucky. I think the purpose of the...
Unit destroyed.
Yeah, the turret at this point is really about making sure I don't... I don't take too much damage from everything else. I think this is the first time I've ever seen melee attacks from these guys. So we'll see if we can mind control Mr. Rockman over here. Alright, probably should have seen that coming, but... So first things first. I don't want to bash him. Maybe, first of all, does it count as biological? No, of course it doesn't. Alright, well let's work with what we've got. Apparently this is not close enough for them to do any effective work, so... This is almost certainly not effective cover. No shortage of pew, though. This is really just a meat shield at this point. Although it may be a moot point, because if this guy does the kind of damage that these guys did... Yeah. Cool. I will admit I am a little surprised that there isn't some kind of melee benefit here. Anyways. My favorite move, the peck to death.
Enemy annihilated.
Ah, that's right. There is biological damage. Alright, I'm really just asking for it at this point, but... The thing is, this is a really nice environment to learn all this stuff in, because clearly the consequences are very low when you're playing on beginner difficulty. When I go to play this on something a little tougher, I'm not going to get frustrated with the state of things. I want to try and take out these guys before I make any moves on the other people. Okay, they're protected, but I think I'd rather take the flank if I can. Neat. Not a lot of good options. Oh, Jesus Christ. This isn't going to be enough to take him out, but... So I hate that I'm doing this. I'm really trying to go for the flank on Large Rock Man. You know what? I should have flanked first because then they're not going to be able to do their Overwatch. Yeah, that stings. Unfortunately, that didn't count for much. I was really hoping to use that flank on the...
Enemy down.
I was really hoping to use that flank on the Rockman. Alright, well that's fine. We'll just run everybody in like lemmings, and we'll win. I am hopeful that we don't lose units, but I've certainly not been playing very carefully. Holy crap. Ah, that's right. Okay, escape module is another broken mechanic that...
Unit
Never mind.
fallen.
Well, that's fine. Nobody liked the assassin anyway. Okay, with luck I'm going to be able to nanite heal that guy, but... Saved!
Enemy neutralized.
So again, I'm going to get the flanks where I can first. Might have actually been more sensible to do it on the Rockman, but... As it happens, we've got enough to...
Enemy annihilated.
To see the day through there. This is a more appropriate use for the shotgun.
Enemy
Obviously, this
eliminated.
guy's kind of on borrowed time.
Enemy destroyed.
I should have moved them out of the... Should have moved them out of the region. Alright. This is really just kind of rushing everything in at this point, but... I spent so much time trying to see whether or not I'd be able to seduce that thing. I never even tried. Alright, so I'm going to take advantage of a couple of flanks with my melee units. And they both get to do so at full strength. Oh, this guy doesn't... I keep forgetting this guy doesn't turn. And presumably this will finish the job.
Enemy killed.
Tactical nuke? Yeah. Right in the
never
middle
stood
of
a
my
chance.
guys. Alright, so obviously we lost a unit I rather would not have lost, but
Objective completed.
we didn't really need him anymore, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, deal with it. Not even remotely. Right, I need to remember... I gotta figure out the right way to do this, because we're not going to be able to claim this without taking the special building. What the hell do I want to do with this colony ship now? So knowing what I know about the layout, the best hope we have for combining our territories is to figure out what's going on in the middle here. So essentially we're going to recreate Nowhere Profit. And again, like this is... I'm largely doing this because I sort of think winning is more or less a foregone conclusion here. I would never do this with a colonist in a 4X game like this normally. Right, the Misfit Units team. One of the things I got to keep in mind is
Production ready.
the potential of, like, whatever I do to take over Emerald Elysium Park, any biological units I send in there are potentially going to wind up
Production ready.
seduced. Paragon would like us to generate luxury goods. I'm not going to lie, this war of words and treaties is more tiresome than assaulting a fortified Outlander base and should be better left to some diplomats to be fought out. But in the end, what counts is that we finally got our alliance with Hai Jiang. I have no idea how, but now that we brought the Vanguard conflict to an end, I don't see any further... Oh, right, because we annexed the Molten Core. I don't see any further reasons to prolong our stay on Leave 6. I could give my troops a day off before we depart and let them celebrate in Elysium Parks for old time's sake, but after what transpired here, none of them are interested. I realize we didn't get off on the best foot, Colonel. I admit I am impressed by you. I don't know what you'll find on other planets, but if you need skilled officers, I'd prefer to join you rather than stay stranded on Leave 6. If my aunt served with you, I won't regret following her example. If there's any more proof required that a Vanguard officer can set aside his personal feelings for his duty to the greater good, I think both Michael Valentine and myself have given such proof today. We are never going to be friends, but we serve the same flag and principles. In the end, a crisis like this is all that... serve the same flag and principles, and in the end, in a crisis like this, that is all that matters. Yeah, so again, this guy seems a lot more heroic than he's portrayed in the trailers. Alright, so that was obviously like 47 turns for what really should have been like just filling a bunch of quests is certainly a long time to spend, but that was fun. I feel like I know a little bit more about the game now, so here we will continue the campaign.
Although the crisis on Leave 6 has come to an end, the fate of the Star Union remains uncertain. Why have no other Imperial ships arrived since the Void Storms began to subside? Also, why could Cena act so ruthlessly, blatantly disregarding civil rule? I fear the chaos and destruction we encountered here is only the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't mind him the way that he's portrayed in this. It's just that, like, the character selection version of him seems to be a little bit closer to the more anti-hero figure that he's portrayed in the trailers. And, you know, that's fine. I mean, obviously changes like that can happen. And it's entirely possible that this character develops through the campaign. It was just the one thing that sort of surprised me a little bit when I first encountered it.
To rise like a phoenix from the ashes. This is how the Prometheans used to embellish their mass murdering and destruction. I always despised them for their methods, but in difficult times like these, their technology can be useful. Even if the Syndicate aren't part of a greater Outlander invasion force, I must prepare for the next time we meet. They wish to play with fire, they shall have it.
All right. So Ceronis Alpha is the one that we got for beating Leave 6. I'm going to say, actually, I'm an hour past when I would normally go, so I think I'm going to call it here for the simple reason that it seems to make a lot more sense for me to... it seems to make a lot more sense for me to just start a campaign properly next stream rather than just do a few turns of one and then move on. The other big question for me is, like, so Ceronis Alpha seems to continue the story that we've already been doing. There is an argument for me to do Arcadia Celeste to continue the story. I'm not 100% sure whether or not you guys want to see more Vanguard or you want to see one of the other groups. We've got the Devar, we've got the Kirko. After encountering the Syndicate, I'm actually kind of curious what they play like. So that one would be I would need to... Oh, wow. I'd actually need to beat... I would need to beat both this and the... and Arcadia Celeste and Zakirko. So I guess if I want the assembly, I need to... Oh, complete one of the following. Okay, so I basically need to beat one of the advanced ones. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, again, the game does a fairly good job of teaching. I am going to up the... Oh, it's beginner, advanced, and expert. Maybe I don't want to go beyond beginner. You know what I think I'll do? I think what I'll probably do... Stream 2? I think what I'm probably going to do is... I'm going to open myself up to playing this game on my own now. I originally wanted to make it so that I would... everything would be done sort of on stream. I've got about 10 hours of videos in it. What I'm going to start doing on my own time, I'm going to do new scenarios for myself. This is just going to be so that I can learn a little bit about the game myself by playing. And it'll just be like in a little sandbox thing so that stuff like what happened last time where I wind up going on these side missions that people maybe don't feel are as interesting, I don't have to spend as much time doing that sort of thing. But one thing I did want to show you before I go, especially for those of you who haven't seen it before, this is what I was talking about. We'll delete this one here. So these are all the different races. First of all, if you want to know what they are, there is the Kirko. So these are sort of the bug people. I think these are more warrior-based one. The Syndicate, who we were fighting against, their units actually have some really powerful abilities when you know how the combinations work. There's the Amazon. These are the ones with the laser dinosaurs. I don't believe you get to see the laser dinosaurs in the group. There's the Devar, so space dwarves, communist space dwarves. The Assembly, sort of like the Borg. And the Vanguard, who we've been playing most recently. I did notice that the Promethean technology was unlocked in the next mission, so presumably something has changed. But the thing that I really like, and this is true for all of the Age of Wonders games, you get to pick. So let's do the Assembly, because I think they actually look really neat. So the Assembly is a race of cyborgs born from destruction. These people aim to bring their newfound peace to the universe by breaking down the chaos of the galaxy and reassembling it into a perfect whole. They start with arc and firearms. Reassemble fallen units, bringing them back to life. Gather extra resources from battlefield victories. Excellent research capabilities, racial ability, natural resistance to arc damage. So in addition to picking your race... what you will do, and again, in the fantasy game Age of Wonders 3, you'd sort of pick a species, you'd pick like a race and a class. In this case, you pick a secret technology, so your class is sort of your secret technology here. Synthesis manipulates AIs to their advantage, hacking and compromising systems for their own gain. You can deploy AI demons in battle, hack and override enemy mechanical units, bolster strategic operations, integrate the populace into the network, and use arc and kinetic damage channels. The thing is that I think this seems to be overloading a lot on arc, so in this case it would... I haven't done synthesis before, but the one worry that I would have about this combination is that if there's something that's resistant to arc... or basically somebody seeing that's like, okay, I'm up against an assembly, so, you know, I'll worry about arc and firearms. Having the synthesis technology... Well, I guess you get to see that it's synthesis anyway, but this invites sort of building up as much resistance to my only weapon groups as possible. We've got the Celestians. Celestians are an ancient order of psionically gifted individuals that strive to achieve inner enlightenment and create balance and harmony in the universe. They believe psionic power comes from the stars and use this power to protect their ideals and teachings. Sway enemy soldiers and colonists to your cause. NPC diplomacy bonuses, strong morale buffing, damage reduction, uses psionic and thermal damage channels. That's kind of interesting, actually. I have no idea how this is justified in the lore psychic assembly, but presumably we'll see how the game handles that. Void Tech warps the laws of physics, allowing the manipulation and teleportation of matter and energy. Command highly mobile units, can teleport and pass through obstacles, create temporal clones of units, destabilize and decelerate enemies, and uses arc and kinetic damage channels. Xenoplague. The Xenoplague spreads through a highly adaptive alien parasite, can be used to create biological weapons, develop super soldiers, and evolve planetary populations. Spawn and evolve special units after battle. Oh god, that sounds like a really good combo. Heal and enhance biological units. I don't think we count as biological, but I haven't played these guys before, so. Deploy infectious bioweapons, uses biochemical and kinetic damage channels. Synumbra employs dark psionic powers to tear holes in reality and summon devious entities from the abyss. It seems like there's a lot of summons in this game. Summon ethereal beings, break enemies' minds, shatter reality to terrorize the populace, and use psionic damage. And then Promethean. The Prometheans are planetary exterminators, eradicating threats with their Pyrex fires, create weapons of mass destruction, employ powerful incendiary weapons, settle in inhospitable places, shield units and colonists from Armageddon, and use thermal and kinetic damage channels. So originally I would have said Xenoplague, but the idea of healing and enhancing bio units, I need to know a little bit more about what kinds of units they have. Void Tech might be kind of interesting for the mobility, but Synumbra sounds like a really wild combination with the morale damage. I think I'm just going to go for one at random here because we're not actually going to keep this character anyway, but okay, looks like it's Synumbra. So the last thing about building your character, well, last thing in terms of mechanics for building the character is you can sort of do your own combos. So Veteran here gives more skill points and bonuses to combat experience. If you don't want that, you can do something else. Data Repository gives you 2 bonus techs. I'll say that's kind of a fun one to start off with, so we'll go for that. Looks like this is close combat, so there might actually be an argument for the Void Tech there. Synumbra Assault Equipment, Ranged Specialist. I've really enjoyed doing a lot of ranged weapons. Let's start with that. And I guess the question is, do I want to go for any of the other sort of higher level? Nah, we'll just go for something vanilla here. So, and then finally we get to pick a look. So I can randomize. Neat. Actually, this looks really appropriate. It's obviously fun to sort of build up all of these things. This floating posture is one of my favorites. It's pretty clear why they made that a DLC. It's just a neat looking one. But as you can see, there's actually quite a bit of customization that you can do. I think the backgrounds really do add a lot in terms of just kind of creating a certain feel for the character. It certainly affects all the lighting. But let's see if there's anything else that I can do to make this look a little more interesting. Can't really see the eyes, so yeah, we'll leave that be. Okay, torsos. No, I definitely like the engineered look. I do kind of like the asymmetry for these ones, though. I'm going to find a purpose for the bubble for one of the characters here. I think this is such a great choice to include. It's just really hard to fit for certain ones. Oh, man. I kind of like how that looks. Alright, can't see any of the accessories under the hood. You also have your option of capes. But one of the reasons why I really liked this sort of default look is that this reminds me a little bit of a much more mechanical version of one of the replicants in Blade Runner, like the one who gets shot through all of the glass and mannequins in the film. The one who is clearly not the woman who's playing her in the scenes. But anyways, like, this is the sort of stuff I really like this in games like this. Like, I love the ability to sort of make a character your own. It's not a full RPG in the sense that, you know, all of your combinations really are going to be seen through at the top level through the race and secret technology. Now, obviously, if you as you play the game, you're going to be able to go down your different skill trees and all of that, which is part of the fun. Like, the RPG element is essentially gained through you actually leading soldiers through battle, which I think is a neat way of handling that kind of an idea. But obviously, if you're lost in terms of what to do, like, we can take a quick look at how the game is thought of assembly. So this is the synthesis one. So it turns out that there are Celestian. The one thing that I would admit, it would be kind of neat to see biographies for these characters inside the game, but obviously they're making characters the same way that we do. This is the Void Tech one. This is another synthesis. The difference between these two, you'll notice, comes through the abilities. So this is a melee character, whereas this is a ranged. Among other differences, like they also start with Star Union Scholar. So this is the Promethean. This is the one that basically just levels everything. This is actually really similar to the character that I built. They just took Cruel and took Martial Tradition rather than the one that I did. This is another take on the same theme. This is actually really similar to the one that I made before. This might actually be one that I play in like a skirmish at some point. One thing I am going to figure out on my own time is whether or not these things ever count as biological. I assume no, but the whole point of these things is that they're harvesting for spare parts, so presumably there's some biological component. And looks like there's got another synthesis here. But yeah, so there's nothing like a proper... so like the Devar is the sort of thing that you'd almost always imagine goes with Promethean. But as you can see here, like every single species has... has each combo. Even the Amazon you wouldn't normally associate with the Promethean tech, but they have it. Overall, though, like I'm very happy that I got a key to cover this. I still plan on playing it again in the future. I just need to figure out when the next time will be. Like I said, I'm probably going to spend a little bit of time in the scenarios myself, just so that I can get a little bit of a firmer grasp on the mechanics. Next time I play, I am going to... Oops. I'll probably... Next time I do a stream, I will probably do one of these campaign games. It's just a question in terms of which of these missions I'm going to go down the path of. And otherwise, thank you everyone for watching. I am going to try and record all of the VODs for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Nice. I'm going to try and have those recorded on Saturday. Monday we'll probably be back to Stellaris. Wednesday, as always, Cultist Simulator. And then, of course, Friday is more of a free day, so that might be Age of Wonders Planetfall, but that might also be... sorry, I'm getting a little sleepy, so... it may also be something like Darkest Dungeon. Now, as far as... Sorry, I'm just taking a minute to see who I can host tonight. Looks like there are quite a few Age of Wonders Planetfalls players, so if you guys are interested, I do encourage you click that name sort of down below. I don't know anyone in there. What I would like to do, though, is I'd like to host Kilgore Trout, who is currently playing the Terminator Future Shock. It has been a while since I've had a chance to... it's been a while since I've been able to host him. So Kilgore Trout plays a lot of classic games. He also does movie hype. He actually put up The Third Man when I was taking a quick look at him. Definitely a good streamer. You could probably talk to him about the original Age of Wonders, which I'm sure he played when it first came out. Again, he plays a lot of stuff that was new when he first played it. He does a wonderful job of showing me a lot of games that I either haven't heard of or never got a chance to play. And overall, just a really unique and really interesting cast. So I hope you guys come along and check him out. If you would prefer instead to watch one of the other Age of Wonders Planetfall streams, again, I don't know anybody who's streaming it, but there's certainly a lot of people doing that, so just click on the game link down below. I would encourage you to check out a smaller stream, because you never know what, what might catch your attention. But as for me, I'm going to get some sleep. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you next time.